Fuck. Ugh. We're just gonna act like that's not there. Hi. Oh, you did make it. Excellent. I saw a bunch of people couldn't make it tonight. I was like, oh shit, should we reschedule? I'm already at a cosplay. Hi, Dad. Hi! Maybe these won't die here. I am extremely glad to see you all. You'll only be here for an hour. I understand. Life happens. And you sound like you're having a busy time lately. I haven't responded, but I've been keeping up. You got a lot of traveling and shit. Yeah, I'm at a cosplay. I hope that's not a problem. If you were only here for the cosplay, I feel very sorry for you. It's mostly just me reading. But, yeah, I got buried in paperwork for the past 48 hours. And I had just so much stuff I had to catch up on. I had to change the license plate bulbs in my car, and I had to eat sushi with my cat. I couldn't cancel that again. So I'm very sorry that I'm out of cosplay. But no, I was working on some technical aspects for Johannes. I did eat sushi with my cat. That's irrelevant. But I was also doing other things. The paperwork is the contracts. The sole contracts for Johannes. I have a bunch of stuff I've been working on. Mostly doing some technical stuff and how we're going to theoretically arrange Johannes. Me and Sarah are nailing down green screen right now. So, doing some green screen footage tests, and it just seemed like it's just a test, I was like, well, I don't want to spend hours getting into cosplay, just to not film anything and just do the live. So I was like, I'm just going to work on the technical things today. And, redo Johannes's hair. I'm making some changes, trying to theoretically iron out how I want to achieve his look in the way that I want to without it's complicated. Anyway, I'm doing some work. Ayo, hey, glad you're here. I know I've seen you in here before. Oh, thank you. That feels very validating, Lady Eva. Because I'm kind of a cosplay platform, so feels weird being on live at a cosplay. I look weird. Concerning. Part of that is probably this laptop. A little better. It's throwing off the light. It's washing my skin out. I have to have this open, though, the entire time. I have to have this open. There's no other, I'm not particularly concerned if I look terrible. It's just, you all are here, and you didn't sign up for me outside of cosplay. So I have to keep this laptop on. I'm sorry about the light, though. The light is a problem. So I have to keep it on, though, because thank you. I like them too. That's why I got them. All the short stories we're going to read are on the laptop. Because one is only available in a niche horror magazine that does have an online copy now, so that's a plus. And I have that pulled up. And then the other one is only published in a compilation of fantasy short stories. So that one I just have the ebook of. So both of them are on this computer. For a second, Thorny, I swear to God, I fucking read that as I'm here for the book. you're extra. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. That actually made me feel a little bit. But I read that as like, you're irrelevant. I'm here for the book. Fuck you, dog. No, I didn't think you meant it that way. But that's how I originally thought of it in my brain. And you wouldn't say anything like that, but that's hilarious to me personally. Also, Denki won't rant today because Denki is. I'm gonna say it, even if they won't. They're on a date. They don't think they're on a date. I know they're on a date. So, not to tell you all of Dinky's business, but only I what? Swiftblood. Only me. Oh shit. I kicked the mic back. Fuck. I'm kicking it all over the fucking floor. That and I got the material to make another blanket. So I was like really excited about that. So I did some crocheting earlier. Also, if you're new and you don't know what's going on, we're reading short stories. I read you a book, and right now we've been reading all of Johannes. And if you don't know what that is, you're late to the party, my friends. You're late. You're so late. We're 2 books in. You have to catch up. You can go to the YouTube in my bio if you don't know what's going on. But we're in the middle of books at the moment, so you might get some enjoyment out of these, even if you don't really have context. We're reading about a necromancer named Johannes. And we're reading House of Gears today in the Ereshkigal Working, which take place, theoretically, House of Gears is questionable with when it takes place, but the Ereshkigal Working is theoretically before the first book ever happened, so it's kind of a prequel. What kind of pattern for a blanket am I thinking about? I'm gonna make it like a Shinzo blanket. It's gonna be like a tessellate, like the skull blanket is, if you're familiar with my skull blanket. Which Swiftblood is, but if you're new here, you probably aren't. It's this motherfucker. It's upside down, but that's a skull, and I am thinking about making a Shinzo tessellated blanket, and then making Denki a Denki one. So that'll be happening. I have to finalize the pattern. I'm going to make another one that's kind of like that. Since everybody likes my skull blanket, I was like, maybe I should make more like that. And so I'm probably going to make a Shinzo one. We'll see how it turns out. I'll keep you updated. Yeah, I can find you the pattern. I know I kind of made up the skull pattern myself, so I'll have to actually write that down as soon as I remember how I did it. Hold on. I make a lot of my own patterns. I'm gonna take this mic. It's stuck. I was gonna say, of course it's fucking stuck. Hold on. I have my designs in a graph pad. Oh my god. I'm sure the mic's going nuts right now with me putting my fucking grimy hands all over it. Oh my god. I make a lot of my own patterns. I don't get them from, like, some I will take, like, inspirational ideas from, like, Ravelry and stuff like that. But, like, I, like, make a lot of that. That was from a Spider-Man hat that I made, which is right here, and that's not the Spider-Man side, but the inside is, because I made it to be reversible. So I actually design a lot of shit myself, and I don't always write everything down, you know, because I never really anticipate making it for another time. So, like, I'm like, well, how many Spider-Man hats do I need? Like, I might as well not plan out the rest of it. So I just don't write half the shit down. This was just the eye pattern, and I don't have the rest of the, like, you know how long it took me to plan out the spiderweb pattern? Don't remember how I did it. So no one else can ever have a hat like this, because I remember it being a pain in the ass. That's all I remember. So, but the skull shouldn't be that hard. I know it wasn't that hard when I did it. So I can fiddle around, see if I can remember how I made the shape. It's not too difficult. Pretty much as long as you know most of the basic stitches, you're going to be fine. I would, however, recommend maybe a shell pattern around the skull instead of the blossom one that I did, because that one is not as structurally sound as I would like it to be in the presence of cats. So if you don't have a plan for cats, is what I'm saying, get at me. You need to tell me what your plan for cats is, if you plan on telling me, before the next book. But yeah, I have a bunch of, like, half-finished patterns in here, so I don't know if I have the skull blanket in here. But I can maybe, that's a blanket. That's not what I was looking for. Half of these didn't pan out, so now I'm just going through here. Anyway, no, I don't see it. So I'll get it down for you guys. I'll just fiddle around until I remember how I did it, and then I'll get it to you. But the rest of the pattern, other than the skull is probably the most difficult part. And that's not even that difficult, if I remember. It was just really repetitive, because you got to do it like 24 times. Yes, work on those cat plans. Crimson, get me your cat plans. Everybody get me your cat plans. You should have known, Rose. Also, Rose, speaking of you, I received a package that I have not opened. It's from Rose. It's backwards on the thing probably, but it's from Rose. And I haven't opened it, so I don't know what's in here. So we're gonna open it up. It's mail time, bitches. I had a pair of scissors. Okay. And this is very well taped. So I hope whatever is in here is not fragile, because this is a whole mountain of tape. Oh, jeez. Once again, I appreciate everyone who's sent me coffee. I fucking love all of the coffee that you guys have sent me. And today is, if you were wondering, today's episode is sponsored by Lady Aoife and Jen Swiftblood, because I mixed both of those. I mixed the espresso with the pumpkin spice from, yeah, it's really good. Bushwhacker is phenomenal. It's by far my favorite. But, nothing. Plan for cats. I'm opening a package. Everybody get your plan for cats ready. You need to know that. And today's episode was sponsored by Lady Eva and Jen Swiftblood. Because they were both nice enough to provide the coffee for today's episode, which enables me to keep on trucking in the nicest possible fashion. I'm not the nicest person on earth, but, you know, you all chose to be here. So what does that say about your life decisions? That was rude. I'm sure you've made decent life decisions before. Wow, I need some more. Hold on. I'm just gonna down this real quick. This coffee isn't working. God, I need to work on being nicer. I said something today to Dinky in the kitchen, and he goes, "Oh, so what you're saying is I'm a bitch." And I was like, "No, what I'm saying is that you don't always think of the framework of other people and how much things mean to other people because those particular actions don't mean anything to you, so you don't really have a framework for comprehending other people's emotions." And they were like, "So I'm a bitch." I was like, "That's not what I said." And I'm just like, man, maybe I'm the bitch. I need to drink this coffee faster. I made a half a pot for the live. So if I need to get up, I'll get up and get more. Shit. Oh, congratulations. What is this? Is this fragile? Oh no. Hold on. It's kind of like really stuck in here. So listen to me struggle valiantly on this mic right now. Thanks, Swiftblood. I'm always glad to have you here. You get me. Can I just grab this and pull it up? It's not going to drop out the fucking bottom, is it? I don't want this package's butthole to just drop out and then I'm stuck holding something very fragile. What is this? Oh no. Okay, hold on. All this is cushioning. Okay, good. Hold on. So this is it. I'm just gonna unwrap it. Is this a mug? Feels like a gigantic mug, but it also could be a bowl. That's how big it feels. But I think it has a handle. Hold on. Is this a giant mug? This is the best if it's a giant mug. Dinky's gonna be so mad. He's like, "We don't need any more goddamn mugs, Coach." And I'm like, I fucking love it. It is a giant mug. Rose, are you in here? It's a giant mug. Oh, I gotta fill this up with coffee. I want to fill this up with coffee right now. What? Sound off in the chat. How many people are gonna care if I go wash this out really quick and fill it up with coffee? Are we cool with it, or like, because hold it up. I fucking love it. I want to put coffee in it right now. Okay, sweet, cool. I'll be right back. This is the biggest mug. Okay. This is the biggest mug. I love it. It holds almost an entire half a pot. And I know because that's how much I made. And there's like maybe an ounce left in that coffee pot. I have almost the entire half of a pot in here. Oh my God. This is gigantic. Well, when I opened it, I thought it was a bowl. I was like, did they send me a bowl? And then I realized it was pushing up on half of the cushion because there was a handle. So I was like, is this a giant coffee mug? Yeah, for perspective, like, it is level with my face. So you could put half of a human head in here. I gotta stop saying shit like that. Oh my God. That's fantastic. I love it. Now I get to have my sponsored coffee mug too. My Camp Unasana shirt. I love it. Today's episode is also inspired by Rose, who provided the gigantic coffee mug that I'm using. Can't thank you enough for this mug, though. It's great, Thorny. I love it. I love it so much. If I ever need a vat of coffee, that is going to be the one I use. Yes. Thank you, Lady Aoife. You're talking my language now. But, Sarah was cleaning the bathroom yesterday, and we were all chilling in the living room, and Dinky's sitting next to me on the couch. I'm like sitting there crocheting, and Sarah was playing a game, and he was like, Dinky came in from the bathroom and was like, hey man, thanks for cleaning the bathroom, it looks really good in there. And Sarah was like, yeah, I almost made mustard gas on accident, could have died. And then he was like, also I was home alone, so Toshi would have came home to a corpse. And Dinky goes, just what he always wanted, like without missing a fucking beat. And I was like, I don't want you all dead. And Sarah was like, dead loved ones are worth extra points. And I was like, stop. Almost wanted to be upset. And then I was like, well, I can't. You forgot it was Tuesday. But yeah, just without missing a beat, I was like, thanks for ripping me to shreds, Danks. He didn't even mean to either. He was like, what? You like corpses? I couldn't even be mad about that. I was like, I mean, you're not wrong. Thanks for making it sound terrible. No reason. Everybody's filing in. Yay, T-Galaxies is here. I don't know if you were here and I just didn't see you comment earlier, but I'm glad you're here. We're reading short stories. You can't miss this, T-Galaxies. Oh, I kicked the mic pack again. Mic pack's on the floor. I had to relocate some of the electronics because I moved the gigantic blanket because I was working on it. So, you've had a week, you can't remember the days. I get it. It happens sometimes. Tuesday is probably my favorite day, though, because I get to do all the stuff that I want to do, and I don't get to do that the rest of the week, so I always know when it's Tuesday. So glad you're here! Also, I've been meaning to DM you for like a week, because, I got my coffee. Because I had also placed my own coffee order in addition to all the coffee I didn't anticipate getting last time. I had also placed my own coffee order. And I gotta discuss it with you because it's awesome. But nobody else is gonna know what we're talking about. Well, they're gonna know we're talking about coffee, but they're not gonna get it. Toshi Day. I like how everybody's sort of like decided it's like a weekly sort of bank holiday. I don't know. I'm not even sure what you've even decided completely that it is. But I'm glad you're excited. I'm glad you're feeling this with me. I'm glad you like Tuesdays. I like Tuesdays. I have a great time. And hopefully next Tuesday I'll have Johannes back in action if I can get his wig looking nice. Won't be here for very long. Charger broken. Oof. Lame. Should I start it? Normally we bullshit for like a half hour, so like. But if your phone's gonna die, I'm glad y'all are digging it. God, I love this mug. This is so huge. Thanks, Rose. It's so big. It's so big. He's such a big boy. Well, as established, we're reading short stories today, so this is in between the books. So, we've decided on House of Gears and the Ereshkigal Working. Since we've already read Exit Demon King, this will go along with that, and it'll also give you context for what happened in the first book, like the first actual book, and what happened with Maleficaris, Junior and Senior. And if you don't know what happened with Maleficaris Senior, you can always go look it up on my YouTube. Once again, this happens every week at 8 on a Tuesday. That's why we've made a holiday out of it called Toshi Day, which also sounds extremely similar to Toshi Den, which is a great podcast. But that's not what this is. It's not what this is. And if you don't know what happened to Maleficaris Senior, go to the YouTube. You can listen to it there. It's called Exit Demon King. And it's a great short story. We love it. And we're through 2 books in the series out of 5. We're about to start the 3rd one. After this week, we will do so. So the premiere will be next week if you want to join us. And if you want to know what happens before then, you could just go read the book. Just go read it. I don't know why people try and get out of it. Just, you know what? You're not obligated to, but it would give you so much more context than coming into a random person's live with a title that doesn't make sense to you and trying to ask people what the hell is going on. That doesn't sound very responsible to me. And I'm sure everyone else here does not enjoy being your bookkeeper. So figure it out is what I'm saying. And we're going to start House of Gears first, I think. You don't have to. Once again, they're all on YouTube. I'm just being a dick for no reason. I don't know why I do that. I need some more of this coffee. I don't know why. It just doesn't seem to be working today. Thank God I got this gigantic vat. I'm alive and functioning. I'm alive and functioning. I am alive and functioning. I am a whole person. Not even just a half of one anymore. A whole person. And you know what? I'm well adjusted. I'm kind. And I'm doing this for purely selfish reasons. I'm not a person. What do you mean? Okay. What a day. It's been a time. I feel really weird being out of cosplay. Like, cosplay kind of helps me be better. Be better than I am. And I don't have that the the cover on. This is raw and unfiltered, and I'm very sorry that you, like, you know, like, normally you're getting, like, a low shelf vodka cranberry, and, like, now I am Everclear. So, do with that what you will. If you want to stick around, great. I don't know how nice I'm gonna be, because I don't have my veneer on. I don't have my face on. I don't have my Toshi face. Weirdly enough, Toshi compels me to be nicer. Mostly, I think because it's like a shonen anime, and even though he's not like the most friendly character, I anticipate, like, you know, minors and stuff like that, and, you know, but I don't have that, like, persona to live up to, so I'm just kind of like, fuck you and your mom. No, I'm not your mom. Not your mom. Someone else's mom, obviously, but not yours. God, what in hell is happening to me? I'm like being normal, and I'm being how I normally am with people that I know, and I'm like, stop it. You can't do that here. We have a channel. We have a whole platform of people, and then expect you to be somewhat nice. He does. Weirdly enough, he does. I'm terrible. I called a man Red Jeep the other day as a name. And he was like, what? And I was like, Red Jeep, right? You drive a Red Jeep? And he was like, that's not my name, though. And I'm like, yeah, I don't care about that. And the thing is that normally on here, I'm like, whenever I accidentally slip up or something, I'm like, oh man, I'm so sorry. I don't do that in real life. Like, I don't do that. I dissed my manager yesterday. My manager was like, I was talking about a coworker that I actually liked that had left really unexpectedly, like several years ago, and I was talking about like how I was kind of bummed. And she was like, oh, what are you gonna do when I leave? And I was like, oh, I don't care about you. There was no apology. There was no like, oh wait, but and they were like, okay, thanks. And I was like, well, what I meant is that I appreciate that you're a competent employee, but I won't actually care because we don't have any personal connection like that. And she was just like, and there's no apology like in real life normally. I'm just like, fuck you, and keep walking. But with the platform I've made, I try to be nicer. I'm trying to be nicer, and now I'm like, also just like, Toshi's gone. Toshi's gone. So then I'm like, haha, fuck you. And there's no apology at the end. And I'm like, wait, no, back it up. You gotta walk that shit back. The diehards will stay and not care. I would like to hope so. Hopefully I don't hurt any of your feelings too much to where you will not return. It is really draining. It takes a lot out of you, actually. Cosplay does take a lot out of me. Like, at the end of the day, I'm like, but I feel like I've made something and accomplished a goal, and that makes me feel good. Whereas normally, I just feel exhausted and for no reason. Like, I've accomplished nothing except being a cog in a capitalist machine, and I'm so fucking tired. I'm gonna burn. I was about to say something disparaging about a Republican. Oh no, not on fucking Beyonce's internet. I can't be here right now. I can't be here right now. What do I do if I can't be here? Do we really need to hear these short stories tonight, or is this like a negotiable operation? Do we know? Are we sure? You could always come back next Tuesday. I'll be much nicer, I promise. Where's that coffee? Oh, jeez. Is it bad if you're all agreeing with me? Great. I'm glad you all seem to be down. I hope I don't, seriously offend any of you. My mod has disappeared. Okay, found it. I found it. We're all good. Oof. You don't want to see me with no nicotine. No caffeine I can do for a certain amount of hours. Oh man, I was at work and I ran out of oat milk the other day. And I kind of lost it and snapped on my manager and just lost it. Because we lost our third employee that normally does nights with us. So it's just me and another coworker. And I was like, we need another fucking person on the road. If you don't get your ass in a car right now. And I was kind of losing it. I was like, I broke my favorite glass straw inside the coffee. And now I don't have that. And I had to throw it out because I don't know if there's broken glass shards in it. And I'm out of oat milk. So this isn't going to work. And I just lost it. He did get in a car though. So we got the help we needed. So losing my temper actually kind of works sometimes. But I don't really lose it super often. Normally I'm pretty chill. I get really amped up for lives, but normally I'm pretty chill. Terrible, but chill. Yeah, it was really strange. I came back in after a run and I was talking to another coworker and I was like, yo, where'd Duff go? And he was like, he's on the road. And I was like, what? He can't be on the road. He's the manager. And he was like, Toshi lost it and yelled at him to get in a car. And I was like, and he listened? I'm not a manager. I'm not a manager. That's not supposed to work. You're supposed to calm me down. Either that or tell me to get my shit together and get my ass back on the road. You're not supposed to do it. Jeez. It's not supposed to work. So, assuming you all are still here, after I have insulted a number of yours mothers and probably some new people's intelligence, would we still like to read House of Gears? I have it queued up. I can read it. You don't have to listen to this mess anymore. Read it. Okay. Sweet, because I got it queued up over here. Well, I'm glad you're still here. I hope your phone doesn't die, but if it does, this will hopefully all go up on YouTube later. I'm not sure because we've had bad luck with the B word happening on this channel, if you know what I mean. Also, don't B word me. And if you don't know what the B word is, it's definitely not bitch. But don't do that. Don't report me. Yes. I do want to read. I really like these particular ones. Are we plugged in? Oh, God. This is going to wash out the lighting super bad. And I'm going to have my laptop on my lap, so I can't read the chat as effectively. I can't see the light, though, that says we're green, so if there's any interruption or anything, I should be able to see it. So if you really need my attention, talk to a mod. That's what they're there for. If there isn't a mod, someone type in all caps, because otherwise I won't see it from here. Can we hear me good? I'm good. Okay. We're going to start with House of Gears. The house rose upon the crest of a high, tumbled hill like the tombstone upon the world's grave. On a dour day, the lowering clouds would bury the place in their embrace, gasps of thin vapor running along lintel and gambrel, blinding the windows and pushing the gardens that lay about it into dream. Today, the only clouds were high and unconcerned against a sky as blue as a peacock's feather. Yet the very clarity in which this light showed the house threw details into acute relief that might, in truth, be better smudged and rendered uncertain beyond cloud or night. Acute or obtuse, Johannes Cabal didn't like it. His aversion to the place had started long before he even clapped eyes upon it. It had started a month and 200 miles away when Cabal, a necromancer of some little infamy, had discovered a reference to it in a dead man's notes. The dead man had been kind enough to write them for Cabal after being raised from a dreamless sleep of some 6 years' duration. "Rest in peace," Cabal had said to the hapless corpse as he returned it to the earth afterwards. "Until next time." Necromancy is not a popular practice, specifically amongst those who do not practice it. Secrecy and self-encloisterment from a disapproving world are the marks of the practitioner. Nor yet does it stretch to professional journals by which the state of the art may be more easily learned. There are no directories, no friendly associations, no annual dinners. Those who study this black science do so under the opprobrium of having to steal their test materials, usually from graveyards, although gibbets were always useful. Thus, any data a necromancer can gather from another is more valuable to him than gold dust. The unfortunate cadaver that had been so helpful in Cabal's researches had once been a necromancer itself, in the happier, more vital days when it still breathed and before the families of some test subjects came to call. The notes had referred to a Monsieur Semhet who lived in a strange house in the hills. They were vague about Semhet's accomplishments. The dead were never at their best while essaying in shorthand, but he seemed capable of resurrecting with an insolent ease that intrigued Cabal, many of whose own experiments ended with unpleasantness and scuttling offal. There was, it was true, something about the very vagueness of the inherited notes that had troubled Cabal. However, this disquiet proved insufficient to dissuade him from mounting an expedition to visit the mysterious Monsieur Semhet. So now Cabal stood upon the hillside, his long black coat flapping about him, his hat held firmly to his head by the means of a scarf that he had wound from crown to chin and around again. He was also wearing stout walking boots, a necessity that irked the few splinters of vanity that still prickled him. He liked to believe he was a practical man, yet sometimes practicality weighed against his dignity, and his dignity was a high horse he kept permanently saddled. Hoping that nobody was about to see his boots or how his hat was anchored, he pushed himself on against the biting wind and up towards the dark silhouette of the house. He'd left his habitual Gladstone bag at home, feeling it would be an unnecessary burden, but had transferred its most vital contents over to the long jacket he wore beneath the coat. He had, however, brought his walking stick. It was not a suitable item for hiking. Its elegant black shaft and the tarnished silver death's head that capped it were the affectations of a man about town. It seemed very out of place, lending him assistance on the steep and rock-strewn path. The details of Cabal's hike are unimportant, but for leaving him in a fouler mood than usual. This mood was not lightened when he finally found himself extraordinarily at the gates. There isn't another living soul within 20 miles, thought Cabal, yet he feels the need for gates. Large iron things topped with rusting spikes that fairly promised lockjaw. Cabal was considering what to do next when they obligingly swung open with a hideous squeal of unoiled hinges. Cabal watched them in studied, innu eyes. They ponderously glided to their furthest limit, stopping with a shuddering clang. When he was happy that he had been given the impression to any hidden watcher that he had been waiting for the gates to do something truly remarkable, and, in this, been disappointed, he walked in. To the disquiet about the house that he had derived from the notes, his antipathy to its location, and the odium that its form aroused in him, he now added a profound dislike of its garden. The garden, such as it was enclosed by a circle of high iron fencing, some 200 feet in diameter, that looked, to Cabal's eye, to be perfectly round. At some point, somebody, presumably Monsieur Semhet, had tried his hand at gardening before very wisely giving it up. Some trees stood around, unhappy and lonely. Forms that might have been flower beds lay strangled beneath scrub and bushes. By the path was a pond, a large ornamental affair edged with twisted stonework. In its center was a large rock upon which a naked male figure stood, furious and triumphant, man-sized and bronze. A chain stretched between his hands caught at the moment after snapping, the ends flailing away. Perched by the side of the rock, an eagle was captured in a state of terror. Prometheus unbound, thought Cabal. An interesting study. Where are you now, O gods? He paused to look at the scene. The water was dark and reflected the blue skies and the fleeing clouds perfectly in its surface. Again, the feeling of unease settled upon Cabal, this time crystallized into the form of a swan, a dead, mechanical swan that lay half submerged on its side in the shallows. It wasn't quite close enough to reach, even with his cane, but he could see that it must once have been skinned with some organic laminar that had long since rotted away. Exposed within were a steel frame, soiled and dark, and a subtle mass of cogs and sundered springs. Cabal appreciated craftsmanship, and it pained him to see such an exquisite piece of work abandoned thus. What sort of man was Semhet that he thought so little of so much? Cabal moved on. At the door he raised his hand to knock, but then paused to see if it would perform the same welcoming trick as the gates. It did not, so he rapped firmly upon the stern wood. There was a long moment during which he could have sworn he heard distant rumbles and clicks, as if he had just put some enormous engine into motion by knocking, as if the great house itself was a machine. The curious sound subsided, and in the moment of silence, the door opened. Cabal looked in, and then he looked down. Monsieur Semhet, I presume? The man who had opened the door was not tall. He was barely even short. He stood around 4 feet tall and wore a peculiar coat of a dull black material, perhaps felt. It was bell-shaped, yet seemed to closely fit the form of the odd little man, the edges of the coat reaching right down to the ground to completely obscure the man's legs and feet. Cabal could see no way in which the coat could fasten. It seemed to have been stitched directly into place. Semhet also wore curious black gloves made of some synthetic material that glistened with an unhealthy sheen. The only flesh exposed was his head, a fact which, in all honesty, Cabal thought unfortunate. Monsieur Semhet, for he had nodded at Cabal's inquiry, had a head that was congruous to his slightly bloated, bell-like body. He looked as if he would, in a mostly ideal world, an entirely ideal world, would have had no need for him, be completely bald. However, this being a far from an ideal world, he instead had a tightly coiffed head of pale red hair that was so primped and oiled and tormented into submission that the overall effect was some form of bony excrescence that had been painted orange. Samhat smiled as if the expression was something he'd found in a textbook. "I've been expecting you. Please, come in, Monsieur Cabal," he said, spending far too long on the last syllable to be seemly, letting it roll around in his mouth, picking up phlegm as it went until it died a miserable, roomy death in the back of his throat. "You know my name. Your fame precedes you," he simpered like a man who is reading How to Simper in 5 Weeks and is up to day 3. Cabal looked at him, silently appalled. If the horrible little man asked him for his autograph, he decided, it would be necessary to kill him. Misinterpreting Cabal's silence for acquiescence, Samhat stepped back and waved Cabal inside. Except, Cabal's methodical eye noted as he crossed the threshold, he didn't step. Samhat had swept back, and was now in the process of sweeping across the large, dark hallway. Cabal watched his progress with interest, quite ignoring the inevitable report of the great door closing unbidden behind him. The hem of Samhat's coat moved slightly as he traveled, and Cabal distinctly caught the glimpse of shining metal and silky black rubber. "I notice," said Cabal, apropos of nothing, "that you move on casters." "Yes!" cried Samhat, utterly unabashed. "You like, yes?" He pirouetted on the spot, cackling happily. "I move like the Georgian state dancers, sweeping and swooping about the place, so very elegant. I like elegance. Don't you, Monsieur Cabal?" Cabal gestured at the curving staircase that performed a 180 turn as it rose from the ground to the first floor. Vertical in its arc stood part of the girded and baroque lift shaft, the door open. "You have made allowances for your condition within this house, but it must inconvenience you when you are outside." "I never go outside," said Samhat. "It bores me." He wheeled silently towards an open door, beyond which could be made out of a richly appointed sitting room. Seeing that he had the solution to the garden's wretched state, Cabal followed. When he entered, Samhat was already pouring 2 sherries from the lowest Tantalus Cabal had ever seen. He took the moment to look around, and what he saw only deepened the sense of disquiet that had been dogging him. The place was spotless. Even surfaces well out of Samhat's reach were clear of dust. He must have servants do such work, but in that case, where were they? Why had he opened the door himself? Perhaps most disturbingly, how did Samhat know who he was? His fame preceded him, indeed. Cabal only generated infamy, and he had always been careful to avoid too much accruing in one place. He assiduously avoided antagonizing the locals in the area in which he lived, and paid a tolerable bribe to the local police sergeant every Christmas to keep that corner of the world uninterested in his business. There was no reasonable way he could have been expected or recognized by this odd little man. It was a mystery. Cabal didn't like mysteries. Samhat had finished pouring 2 glasses and pivoted to offer one to Cabal. Cabal crouched to take the one Samhat had obviously intended for himself. Samhat was irritatingly tolerant. "A cautious man, Monsieur Cabal, eh? I admire caution. In your occupation, caution is a necessity, hein? In my occupation?" Cabal flared his nostrils over the glass and inhaled. It smelled like sherry. "I was under the impression that we shared our profession." "Aha! Once I followed your path, but now, no. It is a chimera, a phantom. There is no satisfaction to be had in necromancy." Necromancy. It was a word that was not bandied about easily by most people. One way or the other, thought Cabal. Monsieur Samhat was not most people. Samhat continued. "There are better techniques that furnish better results, much better results." He paused to drink an uncouth gulp of sherry, followed by a smacking of lips. Cabal finally allowed himself a small sip. Once one appreciates the fundamental truth, then nothing is denied to no one. You wish to resurrect the dead? Child's play. Immortality? A simple procedure. The truth, he repeated it slowly with emphasis, the truth can make a man into a god. Cabal thought Semhet looked more like a jelly mold than a deity, but forbore to say so. Instead, he asked, and what truth would this be? Semhet wheeled over by the fireplace and signaled to Cabal that he should make himself comfortable on the sofa. Once he was sitting, Semhet said, "It is so simple. It is nothing but a matter of perception and alteration in perspective. Tell me, Monsieur Cabal, what is death?" Cabal considered. It was not a simple question. Death is the extinction of life. You would do better to ask what is life. Death is not something in and of itself. It is a negative. Any man with a knife or an axe or a gun can deal in death. Many do. I deal in life. Semhet fussed his hands and clenched his eyes with irritation, the first real emotion he had displayed. Semantics! Semantics! I do not care in what you deal. You should be concerned with that which you seek to negate, and that is death, hein? Of course it is, and death, he said, trundling up and down in emphasis, is entropy. Entropy, by definition, cannot be negated, countered Cabal. Not in any cosmic sense. No, you are quite right. But on the mundane level, the day-to-day, we fight entropy all the time. We repair roofs, paint woodwork, clear gutters on our houses, and what is the human body if not a house for the soul? If you're suggesting a regimen of clean living and vitamins, we are clearly talking at cross purposes. Clean living? Ha! Semhet raised his glass to Cabal and drained it. What is the point of extending life if one cannot enjoy it, eh? No point. No point at all. No, that will give one at most a few extra years. I am talking about decades. Centuries. Clean living and vitamins. No. That would make me into nothing but a beautiful corpse. Cabal thought that unlikely in the extreme. This is all very interesting, but Cabal paused. He seemed to be slurring. He did not drink much as a rule, but he doubted a couple sips of sherry were going to have that profound an effect, unless, of course. He attempted to rise, and his legs failed to answer him. His glass slid from nerveless fingers to shatter on the marble tiling. I appear to have been drugged, he observed. Semhet ignored him. He was wheeling back and forth, engaged upon his thesis. Immortality, pure life without end, must counter this entropy, this rotting of the flesh. Even as we draw breath, it must provide an incorruptible vessel for the intelligence. Cabal tried to speak, but his tongue rolled from side to side of his mouth like a drunk upon the English road. He managed. Impossible, you say? Semhet didn't seem to notice his visitor was slowly sliding off the sofa to the floor. Only the bodies of saints and vampires are thus. Well, that is true. I, however, have neither the inherent guilt necessary to be a good Catholic, and I fear I should cut a poor figure as the latter. It was impossible to disagree with this assessment. It would be like being vampirized by a bar stool. But if my body must suffer the rigors of time, it shall do so under my terms. I shall not age. I shall not decay. I shall remain forever. Semhet grasped the seam of his garment. Modular. He tore viciously at the cloth. Versatile. The cloth rolled back under his rubberized fingers. Samheth! Beneath the bell-like coat lay the harsh gleam of steel, the glint of small brass rivets, the fairground contortions of reflections upon a rounded metallic surface. Behold the ultimate necromancer! I call fire upon your alchemical Ubermensch! I give you die Menschmaschine! As if on cue, the doors at the end of the room swung open, and 3 ghastly figures walked in. Slow and precise in their movements, they had once been men, until Samheth had improved upon nature, using stainless steel and copper, electrodes and actuators. Now they glittered under the lights, armatures and wiring erupting from their flesh, braces and pivots, reinforcing limb and joint. At least half the prosthetic additions seemed to have been installed after the men had been dressed in butler's clothes. As they advanced, Cabal realized he recognized one as a rival necromancer who had vanished some 2 years earlier, missing, presumed lynched. It was suddenly clear that, like Cabal, the wretch had followed rumors to Samheth's retreat. That, like Cabal, he had accepted Samheth's hospitality and sherry. Cabal's future suddenly looked unpleasantly mechanical. "Wolf," said Cabal, less impressively than he had hoped, and passed out. Oh, cool. Yeah, Cyberman. Drug-induced unconsciousness is rarely like sleep. When Cabal opened his eyes, he had no sense of any more time having elapsed than in a blink. But his change in surroundings and the chemical dryness in his mouth told their own story. Samheth, like Cabal, preferred his laboratory to be up in the attic. Unlike Cabal's relatively cramped facility, however, Samheth's stately house provided a large and airy space that he had filled with gleaming white surfaces and Art Deco science. Cabal lay untidily sprawled across a very low-lying gurney, while Samheth, his steel torso once more sheathed in black, wheeled happily back and forth collecting a variety of surgical tools and mechanical enhancements for Cabal's imminent metamorphosis. It disturbed Cabal that he could hardly tell the difference between the tools and the enhancements. He tested his limbs and found some response, but little more than the twitch of a finger or the flare of a nostril. His tongue, at least, no longer seemed to be made of soft leather. "Samheth," he wheezed, almost losing the M sound to sluggish lips. The name was not spoken loudly, but Samheth heard it instantly. He trundled to Cabal's side. "You are awake, Monsieur Cabal? That is unfortunate. I shall have to sedate you again." He made to go to the pharmaceuticals cabinet. "This is it?" whispered Cabal. Samheth paused, spun on the spot to look back. "This is your great triumph?" Samheth frowned. "Mais naturellement," he replied. "It is self-evident. As this body wears out, I replace the failing components with others at the last equivalent or even superior. How can this not be a greater or more elegant solution to the question of mortality than your pettifogging about in burial grounds? I," he held out his arms and posed, "am the ultimate." "You look like a milk churn on wheels," Samheth giggled girlishly. "I could perhaps be taller, and I shall be. My physicality is now subject to my whim. That is another advantage of my method." He turned away. "Still going to have trouble with stairs, though, aren't you?" Concealed by his body, Cabal was frantically exercising one finger. If he could raise his heart rate, metabolize the drug more quickly, perhaps there might be a way out of this. His little finger straightened and crooked, like the most enthusiastic disciple of calisthenics. But he needed time. "What about those wretches you have experimented on? There's precious little of the ultimate about them." Semhet paused and turned back to Cabal. It seemed he had the overweening vanity of the egomaniac, which was hardly surprising. If Cabal could keep him explaining his grand scheme until able to move again, then he'd probably find the house also contained a poorly concealed self-destruct mechanism. They? Oh, they were just doodlings. Variations on a theme of perfection. Being variants, they are not perfect. I've seen more intelligence in a zombie, said Cabal truthfully. You've ruined their minds for no reason. No reason? That giggle again. Monsieur Cabal, have you any idea how difficult it is to get staff these days? They came to my door seeking an insight into my method. I gave a practical demonstration. I have had no complaints. I'm complaining. There's always one, said Semhet dismissively. Hardly my fault. If you barely even tasted your sherry, a single decent swallow, and we would not be engaged upon this tiff. Speaking of which, you must think me very foolish indeed, if you do not think that I know full well that you are playing for time. Time, I think, for more sedative. Very well, but there are two things that you have not considered. Semhet's complacency faltered, and his rubber-coated hands clawed the air in irritation. What is it, Cabal? Quickly now! I will not be distracted further! Cabal smiled dryly and said nothing. Semhet wheeled over. You grow tiresome, necromancer. Speak now. You won't have the option shortly. The first thing, said Cabal, is that calcified pompadour looks ridiculous. Semhet's eyes glanced upwards with surprise. He apparently believed his hair was as perfect as the rest of him. In this, he was technically correct. The second thing, Cabal drew up one leg. It felt like wood, but at least it was moving. Is that it's far too late for more sedative. With a clang of shoe leather against thin steel, Semhet flew backwards across the polished floor, his casters squealing almost as shrilly as Semhet himself. He applied the brakes, but too violently, rising onto two wheels and teetering at the point of falling over. Cabal rolled off the gurney and fell onto the floor like a sack of washing. His legs had insufficient life in them to keep him upright, so he kicked back with him as he drew himself forward on his arms. Semhet's windmilling was just keeping him on the edge of falling over. Cabal, head-butting his base plate, put him firmly over it. Semhet fell onto his rounded back where he rolled around, calling frantically for his mechanical servants to rescue him. Cabal, without a moment's pause, had dragged himself to the instrument table. His eyes scanned quickly along the line of glittering steel. Enucleator, Cushing pituitary spoon, silver-plated, very nice, nerve root retractors. Ah! His eye lit upon a freshly sterilized 4-pound lump hammer. Perfect. Crawling back to where Semhet rocked and gibbered, he raised the hammer high. Cabal was not a particularly vindictive man by nature, but he did experience some small pleasure at the widening of Semhet's eyes when he saw the hammer. Cabal! We can reach an arrangement. This is not necessary. You're hardly an exemplar of what is and is not necessary, replied Cabal, and smashed in Semhet's face. It cracked open like a china doll's for what that was what it was, or at least a first cousin. Cabal rained blow after blow onto Semhet's head, whose face still expressed dismay, even as the artificial flesh that comprised it split and tore under the onslaught. Beneath it, Cabal found cunning pads of dry synthetic muscle that had once brought expressions to Semhet's face, expressions as varied as smug all the way through to very smug indeed. Now they only wrinkled and smoothed spastically. Interesting, but at that moment, unimportant. The hammer rose and fell again and again and again. The next target was Samhead's bell-like body. It rang like a kicked bucket as Cabal worked a seam loose and proceeded to tear the little man apart. For a man who seemed to be in control of the situation, however, Cabal's face darkened with every newly exposed component, every excavated module. "Where is it?" he said quietly under his breath. The glass tubes of thermionic valves smashed under the hammer, their warm glow dying. Louder. "Where is it?" Wire weave tore and parted. Only glass and wire and bakelite were exposed. Nothing organic. Nothing wet. Nothing living. No. Something wet there. A small brass cylinder rolled across the floor, trailing drops of drugged sherry. Cabal ignored it. Finally, he admitted defeat and rested his hands on the almost empty metal torso, its contents scattered about him. He glared at it, frustrated and angry. "Where is the verdammt brain?" "You are looking," said the house, "in the wrong place." Cabal looked up, the color draining from his face. It was a strange voice with the timbre of settling foundations, wind in all the eaves, all filtered through vocal cords of wire, but it was unmistakably Samhet's. "Look what a mess you've made of my Mark 19th body, Monsieur Cabal. I shall have to get the Mark 18th out of storage now." The outside bores him indeed, thought Cabal with a mixture of disgust at Samhead's disassembling and dismay at the true state of affairs. He had assumed that the self-opening doors and mechanical rumbles in the bowels of the house had simply been contrivances, seen and unseen, of Samhead's invention to ease the inconveniences of his short stature and lack of legs. Now it appeared that Cabal had actually been treated to a puppet show the whole time, and had only succeeded in cutting a few strings. The puppet master was not happy with him. The door opened, and two of Samhet's demi-mechanical servants strode in. They moved quickly, too quickly for Cabal to outmaneuver with his body still fighting the last effects of the drug. Instead, he waited until one drew near before smashing its knee with the hammer, turning the joint into a blood pudding of bone and rivets. The servant fell soundlessly and lay squirming for a moment before attempting to rise. The knee was now behaving like a couple of pounds of tripe rather than a hinge, and the servant fell heavily on its face. In dreadful silence it tried to rise again. Cabal climbed awkwardly to his feet and walked in a rapid, stiff-legged stagger for the doors, leaving the other servant momentarily confused as to how to get around its comrade. In a few hasty strides, he was through the laboratory's twin doors, slamming them shut behind him, and, for lack of any other way of locking them, jamming the hammer through the handles. He'd half expected the doors to fight him when he'd closed them, but it seems that not every door in the place was under the direct influence of Samhet's displaced intellect. The same certainly could not be said of the front door, nor the main gates. Cabal would not simply be breezing out of the place. Cabal knew he would have to hide for a little while, give himself time to formulate a strategy. He limped awkwardly down the wide spiral of stairs that ran around the girder-work lift shaft, running up through the body of the building. At about the halfway mark, the lift compartment itself whirred past. The third of Samhet's mechanical zombies was inside, doubtless responding to its master's summons. As it moved by, the zombie turned slowly to look at Cabal. They watched each other until the floor intervened, calm machine certainty on one side, quiet human desperation on the other. Cabal turned with an archaic and foul invective his maternal grandmother had once taught him, and redoubled his efforts to get back to the ground floor with all possible dispatch. The front door did not disappoint him. It wouldn't even rattle when he took the handle and pulled. He had an impression that it contained perhaps 6 remotely controlled deadlock bolts running between the frame and the door itself. "Ah, ah, ah," said the house. Do not be such a poor guest, Cabal. Soon enough you will regard my little house as your own home." "I shall destroy him," thought Cabal. He was greatly irritated with Samhat for setting his trap, even more irritated with himself for falling into it, and it only took the addition of a small fear that he might actually lose everything here to catalyze a burning rage within him. "I shall destroy him, and I shall enjoy it. I shall enjoy it." But how could he kill that which does not truly live? How does one murder a house? Specifically, how does one murder a house when one has left one's gelignite at home? He considered berating himself for such an oversight, but in fairness, it was rarely needed, and sometimes led to unhappy accidents. He stood leaning against the door as the last effects of the drug wore off, indecisive. He could try burning the place down, but that would probably end badly for him too. No, he would have to be more precise in whatever act of violence became necessary or opportune against Samhat. No, not Samhat. Samhat's brain. Samhat's brain, yes. That was what he was really looking for. Samhat's brain, tucked away in some dark corner directing events like a limbless, spongy Napoleon. In a jar. His triumphant little speech had little doubt of his loathing for a biological form. Therefore, he would have divested himself of as much of his mortal coil as he could comfortably get rid of with a sharp edge. An image of a brain, possibly with a little of the upper spinal cord attached, bobbing malevolently around in a gleaming glass vessel, presented itself to Cabal. He nodded to himself, added an image of himself pouring in battery acid while the brain thrashed convulsively, if unrealistically, in its dark throes, and moved off in search of it. It would be in the cellar. Cabal was sure of it. If he ever had to hide his brain, the cellar would be the place he'd choose. Cool, protected, secret, the lurking place of choice for the discreet, and safely conscious cerebellum. Cabal followed the stairs down another turn beneath ground level until they halted in front of a door that was neither imposing nor locked. Slipping through it, and very aware that Samhat might be aware of this location and would be organizing a search if he was not, he took a spill of wood that he found upon the untidy cellar floor and kicked it into the gap between the bottom of the door and the floor. A feeble sort of lock, but one that would have to do. He turned to take in the room, rubbing his hands with a cold and predatory smile upon his face. Find the brain, kill the brain, ransack the place for anything useful, go home. A simple plan, satisfying in its immediacy. Unhappily, the plan became untenable immediately after the first step. Samhat's brain was, predictably, in a jar. Less predictably, the jar still bore half a label for silver-skinned pickled onions. There was no nutrient soup, only formaldehyde. No aquarium oxygenators, no wires, no green pulsing lights, just a handwritten baggage label reading, "My brain," in smudged ink, secured to the jar's neck with a slowly perishing rubber band. Cabal once again had the unpleasant feeling that he'd been jumping to conclusions, and that every jump took him closer to eternity in a mechanical hell. He wasn't dealing with a common or garden megalomaniac genius here. Samhat had a slightly more original turn of mind than the average. "Now I shall explain how clever I have been before leaving you to die in my deeply flawed execution contrivance," merchant, and Cabal hadn't granted him the courtesy of appreciating it. Such a lack of appreciation could make a man dead, or at least immortal without the wit to appreciate it. Cabal dusted off a chair and sat to consider his next move. It was difficult to concentrate with the house's never-ending mechanical noises so much louder in its belly. But he rested his elbows on the old laboratory table, his head upon the fore and middle fingers of each hand pressed against his temples, and drove out distraction. Semhet's servants were undoubtedly searching the house that moment. He couldn't risk trying to outrun them again. It was one game of fox and geese he doubted he could win. He didn't strike directly against Semhet because Semhet had somehow found some way of abandoning his physical body, even his brain, and taking up residence in the ether itself for all Cabal knew. His options seemed very limited indeed. He cast around for possibilities he might not have considered, but every path finished in a cul-de-sac, every train of thought in a derailment, and every second thought brought discovery nearer. In fact, thought Cabal when he took a moment to consider this, it was surprising that they hadn't already tried to enter the cellar. It was surely an obvious hiding place, and vanities aside, Semhet was no fool. Why weren't his demi-mechanical servants here? Unable to find a solution to that vexing question, Cabal instead addressed the matter of where Semhet was keeping his mind, his soul. There were several ways it could be done, Cabal knew, but they tended to involve sacred black gems, midnight sacrifices, and all the occult trappings that Semhet, by his own admission, abhorred. Semhet was a scientist, but a different sort of scientist from Cabal. Where Cabal looked for hidden principles and ancient magics, Semhet reached for the torque wrench. Where Cabal tore the truth raw and bleeding from 5,000 years of superstition, Semhet ordered life with bone saw and oil can. Where Cabal sought to define the indefinable, Semhet engineered immortality. He engineered it. Cabal's eyes opened very slowly. He canted his head to one side to look into the deeper shadows of the cellar. The workings of the house was loud here, very loud. A clacking and rhythmic ratcheting. Cabal had thought it was the sound of the heart of the house, had even begun to grow used to it. Now he knew different. Right idea, he told himself as he rose from his chair and headed deeper into the cellars. Wrong organ. Around a corner, down a short flight of stairs, and through an unlocked door, and the noise grew louder with every step. Once through the last door, it resolved itself into a constant clatter, rising and falling in intensity like the sound of a skeleton orgy. An unedifying spectacle Cabal had once endured in an establishment that fancied itself as a hellfire club of sorts. The sight of writhing skeletons smashing each other into dice with their mechanical rutting had proved beyond the doubt of the decadent, but not entirely stupid clientele, that the sins of the flesh were not nearly so engaging. Without the flesh, Cabal's presence, it should be noted, was both under duress and under guard. A sound so sharp and penetrating that it made his eardrums shy. Cabal found an electrical turn switch upon the wall and twisted it smartly. The lights glowed on. Before him stood a row of machines, of a type he had never seen before, that he had never even considered before, but whose function he immediately grasped. Each consisted of a tall Mobius loop constructed from twin steel rails. Along the track so formed an endless procession of white rectangular plates, formed from some ceramic material or, more probably, coated steel, clicked along in processions, starting and stopping rhythmically and abruptly in steps exactly the length of one plate. Cabal stepped closer to examine the plates and was intrigued to note that each was peppered by a regular grid of pits, some of which continued through the plate, some of which did not. The first machine ran too quickly for him to be sure of its operation, as did the second and the third, right until the seventh at the end of the row. Here he followed the progress of one plate into a device within which small hooked probes delved into the pits and slid tiny gates open and shut. When the plate came out of the other side of the device, the pattern of openings was entirely different to how it had been a moment before. Cabal nodded, impressed. Further along, another device pressed yet more probes into the pits. Some penetrated the vacant slots. Others were held back. The device was connected to the next Mobius loop, precisely at its own bit of apparatus with the hooked arms. Cabal noticed that this loop processed a tiny bit slower than its predecessor, and so on down the row of 7 machines, behind it, and the rank of 7 behind that. Further and further back, Cabal slowly paced out the clattering engines for 6 ranks until he reached the very last one. The incremental decrease in speed between each machine had reached a slow, plodding pace here. The plates progressing sullenly around the loop, the hooked arms clicking the slotted pits open and shut in a lackadaisical, almost bored manner, where all the previous devices had handed off patterns of open and shut pits representing data, Cabal was sure, to the next device in sequence. This one, however, was pressed snugly up in the wall, and where the reading unit had been mounted on its predecessors, this instead had a dark box mounted to the brickwork. He watched a plate slide into the box, baffles closed around it, and then a sudden brilliant glow escaped along the edges where the seal wasn't quite perfect. Of course, thought Cabal. He looked back at the ranks of machines and saw them as Semhet's short-term memory, data encoded onto the plates, processed and winnowed down from the general to the specific, the vital from the happenstance, and finally here, at the very last machine, the distillate of Semhet's experiences was engraved by arc light onto photographic plates, or sheets, possibly rolls. Cabal couldn't be sure of the details, but he was sure that behind the wall was a dark room that doubled as Semhet's long-term memory. The irony of Semhet's inner self, his very soul being, in actuality, a poky little cellar, did not escape Cabal. But turning this new discovery to his advantage was more pressing than feeling smugly superior at a metaphysical level. The obvious thing to do was to break the machines. They seemed sturdy, but simple enough to sabotage. All he would have to do was to jam the procession of the looped plates onto the first machine, and the whole line would either judder to a halt, or continue transcribing the same plate, or transcribe nothing at all. Cabal wondered what the effect would be. Something like a stroke, he assumed, or a strange state where you feel from second to second that you have just woken up, able to remember what happened yesterday, but not a second ago. Dropping Semhet into an endless mnemonic fugue, however, spitefully amusing, did not solve the problem of the clockwork zombies roaming the house. They might take their orders from Semhet, but otherwise they seemed autonomous. If Cabal were to disable his thinking engine, his memoria technica, for examining every occurrence and situation in the light of Semhet's previous experience, both living and mechanical, the servants of the house would simply continue to carry out their last order: capture Johannes Cabal. Then, lacking further instructions, they would hold him captive until he was dust, and then guard the dust. It simply wouldn't do. He would have to come up with something more elegant. Semhet wasn't having the cellar searched. Therefore, Semhet believed it was secure, or else it would have already been sabotaged. Even so, his forces would arrive here eventually by a process of deduction. Cabal would need to find his elegant solution quickly or not at all. He searched the cellars, trying to understand the function of every artifact of Semhet's research he discovered. He found a machine, grimy with dust, consisting of a maze of drill bits and electrical probes arranged around the head of a surgical table. The drill bits were still clogged with dried blood and bone powder. This, then, was the machine that had drawn Semhet's personality from his skull and matriculated it into an enormous series of binary digits. Even if the process analyzed the brain relatively rapidly, the speed of transcription was barely up to the mammoth task. Semhet must have lain here for days, even weeks, as his ego was decanted into the machine. Cabal understood Semhet's determination then, and relented from his earlier desire to destroy him. Even if he was loathsome, his dedication to science deserved some respect. Besides, Cabal had a better idea. Semet, tricycling between madness and genius on demented casters though he was, yet remained a potentially useful resource. Although his researches had taken him in directions that Cabal found odious, that didn't mean he might not be useful in some future enterprise requiring a mechanical expertise that Cabal lacked. An alternative to destroying Semhet now presented itself to Cabal, an alternative requiring finesse. It is true, but one rich in irony, and irony ran in Cabal's blood. In a cobwebbed corner, he found a small table with a handle hinged at the tip where it joined a runner across the tabletop. The handle could move sideways and back and forth, a stylus matching a dense field of symbols tabulated on the surface. A moment's experimentation showed that a steel punch would push through a grill towards the rear of the table, corresponding to the position of the stylus over the symbols. A little more searching turned up stacks of plates made from thin steel. Placing a plate snugly over the grill allowed a pattern of holes to be punched out with little effort. So, Semhet had needed some plates with permanent information stored upon them before he submitted himself to his automated surgery. Part of that must have been to control the machines that performed the operation. But Cabal could imagine other applications. Emergency procedures, for example. What might happen if the Mobius loop spontaneously jammed anyway? No mechanical system is perfect, and Semhet was foresighted enough to consider such contingencies. Somewhere then, around here, Cabal found the machine up against the same walls, the last of the constantly clicking machines, snugged up in the corner, covered with a rigid case and a tarpaulin over that. He'd noticed it earlier and assumed it was an early prototype or a discarded damaged unit. Now, shorn of its coverings, he saw it was similar, but different from the others. The plates were smaller and made of stainless steel, the holes permanently punched rather than the alterable versions of the others. There were also 4 loops entwined around one another and a reservoir of extra plates at the bottom that were attached as earlier ones had been read and could therefore be safely put to one side. Ultimate function aside, it was a masterful piece of engineering that gave Cabal pause for perhaps a second. Then he began dismantling it. Ingenious as Semhet's new non-organic existence was, it seemed to have taken a degree of flexibility from his thinking. Either that, or he had a dangerous degree of trust in his deductive logic, especially as it was flawed. Some 12 hours had passed, and the cellar had still not been searched. Cabal had made a couple of cautious forays up the steps and seen the servants searching and then searching the same rooms again. He gauged each pass took about 2 hours, in which case the same cupboards were now on their 6th investigation. Not that Cabal minded. Even with his unslowing efforts, his near-eidetic memory for figures, and his remarkable mathematical ability, his plan was highly involved, and a single error would doom him to death, or, as he'd seen, worse. Finding Semhet's notebooks, now discarded since their contents had been rendered for part of the machine's memory, had aided him enormously, but he was still intending to do something with Semhet's handiwork for which it had never been intended. Still, one can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs, thought Cabal, rising once more from the plate-punching table. So much the better if the eggs belonged to somebody else. As he worked, he considered how strange it was that there was no sign that Semhet had ever come down here since adopting his mechanical form. The workshops, stores, and laboratory were coated with brick dust and grime. Apart from the swept path to the long-term memory darkroom, presumably kept clean by servants bearing photographic supplies, everything had simply been abandoned. But then, on consideration, perhaps it wasn't so strange. It was, after all, Samhet's brain, and, mechanical or not, Cabal could understand an unwillingness to traipse through it for fear of damaging it. There are words for people who like to tinker with the mechanics of their own brains, but none of them are admiring. Still, Samhet's squeamishness was Cabal's gain. Down here he had found the time, the equipment, the material, and the opportunity to devise and execute his coup de maître. He checked his watch, almost exactly a day since he'd made the wretchedly poor decision to enter the grounds of the isolated house, and now it was time to go. He set about making the final preparations. Then search the house again, squealed Monsieur Samhet. He would have preferred to roar or even bellow, but the MK-18's voice box was not impressive on its tonal range and was inclined to leap up an octave under stress. He was certainly under stress. His servants, including poor Monsieur Combs with the smashed knee, had completed 7 sweeps of the house, but the irritating Herr Cabal was nowhere to be found. He reached out through the etheric links that joined mechanical body to mechanical brain and mechanical house, and assured himself once more that none of the external doors had been forced open and that the windows were secure. They were, and Cabal's location remained a mystery. "It is not possible," Samhet muttered furiously, waving his arms in his usual expression of frustration. His left elbow squeaked piercingly, adding to his fury. "It is not possible! The house, it has been searched from top to bottom!" Somewhere in the cellars, and amongst a whirl of memory plates and probes flickering like a hummingbird's tongue, a twist of memory pointed out that, technically, no. The house, it had not been searched from top to bottom. There were the cellars themselves. A cunningly wrought probability balance weighed the possibility against the inference that, as Samhet's brain was clearly still functioning, Cabal could not be in the cellars, as he would certainly have carried out sabotage by now. The counter-argument reinforced itself by pointing out that he hadn't been found in the rest of the house after repeated searches. The balance called no more bets and rolled electrical dice. Phosphorescent dots came up snake eyes, and the search once again excluded the cellars. "Guten Tag, Samhet," said Cabal conversationally from the top of the cellar stairs. Samhet whirled to glare at him, which gave Cabal more time than was comfortable to take in the aesthetic disaster that was Body MK-18. It was a hemispherical rather than bell-shaped, with a round head mounted on the apex that gave more of an impression of an animated bowling ball than a human cranium. The hair was several hanks of red wool clumsily stapled onto the scalp of grimy pink India rubber, the clothing an unconvincing rendering of a rather foppish suit in lilac enamels with something at the lapel that could have been an inexpertly painted carnation, but could just as easily have been a dandelion clock, a cotton wool ball, or a head of a cauliflower seen at a distance. The body was also filthy, as if it had been stored in a pigeon loft. "You!" cried Samhet, in case Cabal wasn't sure. "You!" His expressionless glass eyes cranked down with a whir of worm screws to take in the stairs. "The cellars? You have been hiding in the cellars all this time?" The Mark 18's voice box failed to put over his shock, but Cabal assumed it was there anyway. "Yes, down amongst your brain," was most edifying. "What? What have you done?" Still, Samhet's voice purveyed no tension, but his waving arms telegraphed anxiety. "To your brain?" "Nothing," said Cabal, adding "yet" to himself, sotto voce. Indeed, so sotto as to be silent. "I do not understand you, Cabal," said Samhet slowly. "In your position, I would have smashed the machines to pieces." "Ah, well, Monsieur Sumhat, that is why you are you, and I am me. You reduce everything to mechanistic terms. If X and Y, then Z. You lack nuance. You insult me? Again, the measured tone, although it faltered up an octave before falling back. Sumhat was trying very hard to be calm. Somewhere below, an elegant synthesizer was almost working its grommets loose under the assault of Sumhat's mixed emotions. Anger, fear, hubris, and curiosity churned around cogs and escarpments. No, I describe you. You are genius, Sumhat. I would never have even dreamt that what you have achieved here was possible. It's extraordinary, remarkable. The artificial brain you have built is a wonder of the modern world. Do you take me for an ignorant Philistine? I have no desire to destroy it. It was hard to see if Sumhat was flattered or not. His next words seemed to indicate not. Pretty sentiments, Cabal. You will still never leave this house. Presumably summoned directly from the brain, Cabal could hear the servants clanking closer. What was your next ploy to be? To suggest an alliance, perhaps? I have no need for your necromantic drivel. I have told you. Your techniques are anathema to me. As yours are to me. Still, you have an impressive analytical intellect, Sumhat. My research sometimes requires vast quantities of data to be studied. For me, it is a burden. For you, it would be child's play. Would you do them, if I asked you? Sumhat performed one of his trademark arm waves. When he spoke, his tone broke uncontrollably into a warbling falsetto. Cabal guessed that he was probably quite furious. Are you not listening, Cabal? Are you afflicted with selective deafness, Hein? I am not interested in your researches. Shortly, even you will not be interested in them. Ah, said Cabal. He took out his pocket watch. If you will forgive me for a moment. And so saying, he ducked behind a large aspidistra in an ornate Chinese pot. Sumhat stopped waving his arms around. Bemusement robbed him of his anger. What are you doing, Cabal? Hiding, replied Cabal, from hiding. But, Sumhat's India rubber brow furrowed with confusion. I know where you are. I saw you hide. Yes, you did. Sumhat, while I'm waiting, may I ask you to reconsider my offer of an alliance? I have told you, Cabal, I have no... He trailed off. Waiting for what? May I ask? Waiting for you to change your mind. Down in the dark room where Sumhat's permanent memories were created and stored lay a small beaker within which a test tube nestled in metal powder. Within the test tube, a carefully balanced chemical reaction was just reaching its conclusion. Suddenly, it glowed an angry red, and the glass cracked as the temperature rose and rose in the reaction's fierce little exothermic finale. That metallic powder, magnesium, was suddenly hot enough to manage that combination with oxygen that it had always dreamt of. It took the opportunity with gusto. The improvised flash bomb flared up, filling the darkness with a brilliant illumination too intense to be looked upon. Sumhat's permanent memory for the last day or so suddenly became a mystery to him. As the flare died down, an unexpected command filtered down from the short-term memory where Cabal had carefully encoded it. There was a mnemonic emergency. The brain was to be restarted using the last viable long-term memory rolls. The ranks of Mobius memory analogs clattered to a halt, and in the corner beneath its recently replaced covers, the emergency restart sequence clattered, rather more tinnily, to life. There's a cat hair on that. Not pleasant. Upstairs, Sumhat stood silent, his mechanical jaw drooping into his mechanical head, his body unmoving, and his hair, still ridiculous. From behind the aspidistra pot, Cabal watched cautiously and considered Descartes in his first meditation on medication. Just pause for a second. I have a mental picture of Descartes on medication. If anyone needed antidepressants... Okay, we're stopping. Okay. Descartes in his first meditation on the evil genius. As Samhat's memory was rewritten to Cabal's arrangement, Cabal thought it unlikely that Descartes had ever considered the evil genius might spend at least some of his time lurking behind a plant pot. Not, he corrected himself, that he, Cabal, was evil. A little single-minded, perhaps, but not evil, not in any cosmic sense. Abruptly, Samhat looked around, doing as good a job as a mechanical avatar with the form of an animated desk bell can make of looking startled. He wavered, unsure, and looked at the potted plant. There had been something he had intended to do involving that plant, he felt sure. Water it, perhaps. He racked his brains to recall, making them emit an unhealthy chittering sound in the process. Yes, of course. Now he remembered. He wheeled over to the front door and willed it to unbolt and open. "I've been expecting you. Please, please, come in, Monsieur Cabal," he said, forcing an oleaginous note into his uncooperative voice box. "Very kind, but I'm already here." Samhat swung around to find Cabal lounging by the big aspidistra in the Chinese pot. "Monsieur Cabal, how did you—" He wavered at the door. "Get in? Oh, well, I'm a necromancer," Cabal explained loftily, examining his nails. At this point, one of the servants finally reached the hall and headed for Cabal, arms outstretched to grab. "Stop!" squeaked Samhat, aghast. "Stop, you fool! Monsieur Cabal is our guest!" The servant stopped. If it felt any surprise in the inconstancy of Samhat's intentions for Cabal, it did not express them. Instead, it stood motionless, regarding Cabal with the magnificent indifference of a bloodhound regarding a paperweight. Samhat wrung his hands together like a particularly craven hotel manager. "My apologies, Monsieur Cabal, I do not know what came over it." "Do not concern yourself, Samhat," replied Cabal, giving the servant a wide berth as he walked around it. For its part, it didn't even trouble itself to watch him, but set about dusting the aspidistra's leaves instead. "I am pleased with your work here. I'm sure it can be useful to me." Samhat would have hugged himself with glee if his arms had been long enough. After all, this was a fulsome compliment from somebody his memory assured him that he regarded with godlike awe. But Cabal was speaking again. "I must be leaving, Samhat. My own work calls. If I need your services, I shall be in touch. In the meantime," Cabal looked around, slightly at a loss. "Just carry on." Samhat watched Cabal walk down the path and through the great iron gates. He watched until Cabal was just a dot on the hillside, and then until he was altogether gone from sight before he willed the gates shut again. He sighed happily, the sigh wheezing out of the Mark 18's inferior voice box like a deflating toad. This was a wonderful day, a day he had been hoping for. Why? For as long as he could remember. He returned to his work. He had dismantled the Mark 19 for some vague but satisfying reason that he wasn't to think about too carefully, and must set about constructing the Mark 20 immediately. Samhat trundled into the lift, content that Cabal was in his heaven and all was right with the world. The truth, he had once said, could make a man into a god. How right he was. And that's the end of House of Gears. Oh. Drop the mic back. Yeah, for real. That one's a fun one. Especially since Sarah, from like literally the first time I met him up until now, has always said he wanted to put his consciousness in a computer. So this story makes me think of him every single time. But yeah, that's a fun one. My knee hurts so bad. I'm getting old. So how did you all enjoy it? Hope you all liked it. That one's kind of one of the unrelated ones that isn't like... It's sort of like a throw-off. But I like all the short stories. I don't... That one's not even my favorite, but it's like a really good one, in my opinion. I can't believe I said first medication on accident. Now I have like a mental picture of Descartes on medication, and he really should have been. But I didn't... I was like, wait, no. I have to go back. I have to correct this. I was like, why did I hope you all enjoyed that. And there was a cat hair in here. And it got in my mouth. If you've ever read philosophy, it's tedious, and most of the time you're just like, you needed therapy. You, like, that's it. That's it. Like, all this just puffing yourself up with all what you think are your deep thoughts on the universe, and you could have just gotten a therapist, my guy. Get some medication. Get some medication. How did you? My throat started hurting after a little bit, after the first part of the story when he talks a whole lot, and I was like, I can't go that high. It hurts. I got water though, I'm good. But that was House of Gears. I thought it was fun. How are y'all doing? Everybody feeling okay? Everybody still with me? Because that one also is kind of a little long. Two, you've almost finished cooking dinner. Good, because we still have the Ereshkigal Working to get through. And that one, I'm going to see how long it is. It's like 15 pages long. Okay. Here, but painting. How's the horse doing? Oh, man. You just got pad thai. Okay, T Galaxies is living right now. I'm pretty sure it's because you're tired. I'm pretty sure it's the you thing, Insomniac. And I don't think I'm doing that. I think I'm being good. I'm glad if I put somebody to sleep, that's like a goal for me. If I put a person to sleep every week, I'm winning. So. Why do I feel like you are a shit stirrer, my friend. You stir the shit. I don't even entirely believe it when you say other people start anything. I think it's partially you. I think maybe the common denominator might be you stirring the pot. Because every time, almost about 2 to 3 times a week, shit goes down. Shit goes down. Specifically with you. Now, why is that? Why is that? Oh, I don't even entirely believe you. Not until I can get a second opinion on from someone else. But legitimately, almost several times a week, it's irresponsible. It's what it is. Yeah, I'm making an average here. We're averaging it out, Jen. Now, some weeks are busier than others. No, I didn't. I'll have to check. That sounds awesome. Definitely up my alley. I'll have to check when I get off here. But no, I did not see them. Thank you for letting me know. I might have missed it. I got off out of coffee. It does sound like something I might use, though. Yes, and I would like to see them. I don't always catch everything, but I do catch a lot of things. But I have been busy today trying to do shit. Oh, you don't have to do that. I can find it. I can scavenger hunt. You don't have to do that on my account. I have some stuff I need to work on this week. God, my shoulder hurts. Sorry. I threw up my shoulder the other day. And when I move it a certain way, it like hurts. So I'm like trying to work it out. So I have to go back to work on Thursday, and then I'm gonna do some more shit to it. See, having friends was your first mistake. That was your first mistake. Get rid of the friends. Look. You know where being friends with people gets you? Get you invited to a wedding that you have no interest in going to. So then, you're going to have to get dressed and put on a suit and go to a fucking wedding, all to just figure out that your ex is there, who you also didn't even want to date and didn't want to break up with, and also is a total shitbag. And then you're in a wedding with a bunch of people you don't care about, with a friend that you don't care about, and you're stuck at a fucking wedding for hours. Yeah, it's a new Nisana shirt. It's my new Nisana shirt. Magnesium helps with the wedding? Sorry, for a second I was like, you're onto something. No. It is oddly specific. Yeah, I figured that out. For a second I was like, for the wedding, and then I was like, for the joint pain. Fucking God, monster. No, but for a second I really was. I was like, maybe it will help with the wedding. Wrong magnesium. Yes. I have to go to a wedding. I don't want to go to a wedding. I don't know how I got here. It's not even my friend. It's Sarah's friend. No, I just know I have to go. It hasn't even happened yet, and I'm already dreading it. I've already come up with about 10 fake scenarios. Yeah, no, I have to go to this dumb wedding. The thing is, I already told Sarah I would go. Against my will, I might add. He had to coerce me into it. And I have to go to this fucking wedding. I forget when the wedding is. It's like it might be next month. I don't remember. I don't care. And I don't want to go. And it's not my friend. It's Sarah's friend. I unfortunately know the guy. I know. I don't even like him. And anyway, so I have to go to this fucking wedding. And, Dave was like, I got invited to a bachelor party for this, fucking dude. And, he was like, I don't want to go. And I was like, then don't. He was like, it's all this, like, last night out with the boys bullshit. And he was like, I hate it. I don't want to do that. And I was like, well, then don't. And he was like, I have to be like his, like, roast master or whatever. And I was like, I'll write all your jokes. And I was like, but I will get us kicked out of the wedding. Like, he was like, you're not writing any jokes. They wouldn't even be jokes. It would just be me being disparaging for 20 minutes. So I have to go to this fucking wedding, and he was telling me today, he was like, and I was like, I could always just show up at the bachelor party with you. And he was like, no, I don't think you want to do that. And I was like, why? And he was like, cause, and I'm not going to say the guy's name, but he was like, because your ex is going to be there. He's running the bachelor party. And I was like, what? I was like, are you telling me he's going to be at this wedding? And he was like, yeah. And he was like, did I not mention that? And I was like, no, Sarah, you didn't mention that at all. So now I have to go to this. You're telling me I have to go to this wedding knowing he's going to be there? I was like, I'm not talking to anybody I don't want to talk to. I was like, you understand that? Bring me as a mistake, because anybody talks to me that I don't want to talk to me, which is pretty much everyone, I am going to turn around and walk in the complete opposite direction. And he was like, I understand. And I was like, including the entire wedding party, I will do that too. And he was like, okay. And I was like, are you sure? Because that's the thing. I don't want to make any. I don't want to see him. I don't want to see anybody there, to be honest. And he was like, well, you like Emily, and that's the bride. And I was like, I mean, yeah, not enough to go to a wedding for. She's acceptable, not great. COVID. I gotta catch COVID by this wedding. No. Sarah will kill me. He'll knew I intended to do it. That's the thing. I can't do that. Easier said than done. I'm gonna need results, T-Galaxy. I'm gonna need you to look, you say become a cat as though it is just the easiest fucking thing in the world. I'm gonna need receipts. I'm gonna need you to give me a method. If I could become a cat, I would have years ago, and I would have never switched back. Are you kidding me? Denki is already going. The thing is, Denki also hates the groom. So, I don't even know how this is. Yes. Thank you. I was like, is there going to be an open bar? And he was like, I know there's going to be a bar. And I was like, if there was an open bar, we would be in business. An open smoothie bar, Maybe I don't know what I can and cannot get away with. Yeah. The thing is like, there's a folk song about that. Get me the song. Get me the song. I'm gonna need the song if it has instructions. If it doesn't have instructions, it's negligible. I need a how-to guide. I don't want to go. I just don't want to go. It's like, why would I be the person that you invited to weddings? I hate weddings in general as an activity. I hate everybody going to this wedding. The only one that I don't really hate is the bride. And even then, I think she's making a terrible mistake, and it's going to be the hardest thing to not open my mouth and say it. I'm really just starting tea on TikTok. Like, they aren't on here. They will never know this exists, so this is fine. And you all don't know their full names, so you can't dox them. Rest assured. And I don't want to fuck things up for Sarah, but I do not want to do that. I always tip my bartenders fat, so that is a good... Yeah, it should be. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna find it on YouTube. Unless you found my YouTube through my TikTok, you're not gonna go to my YouTube. I already told Sarah, I was like, I'm bringing a book. Microdose. I'm not microdosing at this wedding. I was like, I'm bringing a book. And he was like, okay. He was like, you bring a book to the bar. You bring a book everywhere. I was like, yeah. No, I know. But that's because you found my TikTok first. What I mean is my YouTube isn't going to gain traction on its own for them to find that shit. It's just not. There's like 70 people subscribed to YouTube. My TikTok has... How many does my TikTok have? It's like 20,000? 20? Somewhere around there. 20,000. The thing is, this is the platform I have the most followers on. I don't have that many followers on YouTube. It's not going to be like... It's not going to gain traction on its own for them to find it. And they aren't on TikTok. So they're not going to find it through TikTok because they don't have a TikTok to begin with. Cool. Oh, shit. Okay. I haven't checked in a long time. So, like, I thought it was like 20,000. Okay, cool. Congratulations, everybody. And 21,700K. I didn't know. I didn't know we got that far. I thought it was lower. Why are so many people subscribed to me? I haven't posted in ages. I'm working on technical stuff to make my content better. How are people still subscribing to me? All my shit is old. Cool. But no one's gonna see a random person on YouTube is not gonna find my videos. And they aren't Johannes Cabal fans, so it's not like they're gonna find that, you know. But it's to gain any sort of traction with any advertisement on an algorithm, you have to have a following base and or content that is mainstream and like consumable. That's why gamers get so much traction on YouTube, because people look up games and look up walkthroughs for games, and then they find YouTubers who play games, and they're like, yes. And then if they have an attractable personality, they continue watching them. That's how they gain subscribers. It's consumable content. There isn't a whole lot of Johannes Cabal anything out there, and most people don't really know about it. It wasn't something that gained a lot of traction. Therefore, my content's not very consumable. Normal people aren't going to find it. It's also extremely long. We, as a society, have a very short attention span these days, mostly because of the internet, and most people aren't going to sit through an over hour-long video of content they've never heard of. No one's going to find it on YouTube. Anybody who has come to the YouTube has gotten there from the TikTok. The TikTok is more consumable and easily digestible than the YouTube. So I'm not particularly worried unless one of you finds out who these people are and sends them it. Which I wouldn't put past Finn. Finn in particular. Don't ask me why. Just seems like they like to stir shit. But that is my reasoning. Don't prove me wrong. But I just don't want to go. I low-key am just maybe going to pretend to have an emergency and leave. Fear Rose and her... I don't fear Rose because Rose is my ally, generally speaking. I am always looking for the day that one of my own will betray me, so I'm not putting it past her. But what I am saying is that I'm not actively expecting it. That might work. I'm not actively expecting it from them right now. I expect their betrayal to come much later in the game. Seems a pretty low-stakes operation to stamp this one on. You know what I mean? Like, if you're gonna do it, wait until the big one. You know what I mean? It just seems like a very low-grade betrayal. Like, for instance, like a higher stakes scenario would be like, you wanted to hit harder and worse. You know what I mean? Making two people that I barely care about mad that I trashed their wedding on a YouTube account, that's gonna have little to no effect on me. No. Wait until I don't know. I'm about to graduate mortuary school and then leak all my information of every shitty thing I've ever said about anything to the dean of the college. Do something like that, something that'll affect me, something that'll really trash me. I don't know. Well, this was more for Rose. I didn't immediately consider the fact that Rose would betray me. I am always waiting for the day that people close to me are going to betray me, which is why I try and keep a lock on as much information about my personal life as I can. But Thorny's nice. For right now, no. Up until the day they betray me. Probably with this giant vat of coffee. They're going to wait until I'm vulnerable, and they're going to crack this immediately on top. No. What's really telling is that Rose has been very quiet during this entire conversation. Haven't you, Rose? Are you still there? Rose isn't even here. That would be the funniest, is if they just weren't here. Swiftblood is streaming this in voice chat right now, and they're watching it through that. They aren't even in here to respond or defend themselves. I fucking knew it. Oh man, that's even funnier. So we're just like, man, I really fully expect Rose to assassinate my character in the near future, but not really. that's funny. Okay. You just got delivered a smoothie. You can get smoothies delivered where you live. Probably that's not that strange. It's just strange here. You can't do that here. You also can't get it shipped here. This will be an interesting rewind. We get to the part we're just assassinating Rose's character after they sent me this very nice gift. Rose, we don't mean it. We don't mean that we think you are the type of person to... I can't say that with a straight face. I do think... I expect everyone to betray me. I gotta stop being so suspicious of people. Clearly, if they didn't like me, they wouldn't be here every Tuesday. And they wouldn't send me this giant vat of coffee. What? What? It has worked in the past. It's a good coping mechanism for me. DoorDash does that. What in fuck, you guys? How did I not know this? I guess I've just never tried to order alcohol to go. That seems like a bad idea. Well, what I mean is like a cop pulls over the DoorDash employee. Wait. No. See, I could see this going. I don't think I would ever do that because I know for a fact any DoorDash employee gets pulled over with alcohol in their car. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, right? Like, because it can't be a closed container. Okay, some of them could be closed containers, right? But like, say I want to like order a margarita from my local Mexican place and I get a DoorDash to me. That's a mixed drink. Like, they're not going to be able to do that, right? They're not going to be able to do that. Yeah, well, because that's what I'm saying, is that would be so hard for a DoorDash employee just of the risk of them getting pulled over, because it doesn't matter. If you, like, order a margarita, they're going to put it in a to-go cup. They're going to put it in a to-go cup. They have them in plastic sealed stuff without the truck. I'm going to check right now. Well, that's what I'm saying, is, like, if I know my podunk areas, like, it's going to be, like, a to-go cup and nothing else. And then a cop pulls you over. A cop pulled me over for having my license plate bulbs out and then interrogated me about my job for like 20 minutes. Look. I didn't know you could DoorDash alcoholic beverages. I've never tried, for sure. I already DoorDashed sushi today. We can't do this. They don't allow it here. Okay, that's what I fucking thought. Because I was like, there's no way. Not here. Not here. You would have to verify your ID. Like, before you order. And there's not, like, a way to do that. I was gonna say, how do they know you're 21? You're ordering it. I have never ordered alcohol to go at a restaurant because I'm gonna get pulled over. I already have terrible luck with cops. I got pulled over the other day and the cop was a total dick for like no reason. You have Outback. No, I got pulled over the other day and the cop came over to the passenger side window and I was like, why are you on the passenger side? And he was like, sometimes I like to shake things up. And then he was like, you got your license and your registration and your insurance? And I was like, yeah, hold on. And I was getting all the shit ready, and I couldn't find the insurance card, so I went to just go hand him the license and the registration, and I have to hand it out the passenger side window, which I can't even reach. So I'm like stretching over the side of the car, and I take my seatbelt off to like hand it to him, and instead of taking it, he just shines his flashlight everywhere around. And it's like, where do you work? What are you doing right now? Where are you going? And I mean, which isn't unheard of, but I was like, I'm at work. And he asked me where I work, and I told him. And he was like, where are you going? Are you going back to the store? And I was like, yeah. And he was like, which location? And I told him. And he was like, interesting. So you don't have anywhere to be? And I was like, no, I do. I'm at work right now. I'm clocked in. Like, I do have somewhere to be. And he was like, okay, well, let me know if you find your insurance card. Finally takes the paperwork, and then he goes, also, I'm going to need you to have your seatbelt on the entire time the car is on. And I was like, you went over to the passenger side door, you freakazoid. I didn't say that. I wanted to. I know better than to talk back to a cop. That's just going to cost me my job. But I was like, why'd you come over to the passenger side? What do you mean keep my seatbelt on? You're the one who made this inconvenient. Stop it. Yeah. And could you just imagine, like, I have a to-go cup of in your driveway. Yeah, no, I can't. He even asked, he was like, you know why I pulled you over? And I was like, no. And he was like, your license plate bulbs are out. I was like, really? Okay. And he was like, there was like this weird pause, and he goes, also, you forgot to use your turn signal back there. And I was like, I know that's a fucking lie. So I just replaced my license plate bulbs today. Yeah, fuck. Yeah. Oh yeah, they're total dick. They just like to swing their dick around, like it's a whole big thing. And that's what it was. He was trying to see if he could get me for something to fill his quota, and he couldn't find anything. Squeaky clean, bitches. No, I'm not. Technically, because of the cops, I'm a felon, so... Yeah, because they don't care. If it's not something that's going to net them revenue, they don't care. So, like, traffic stops, parking tickets, all that jazz, they're into that because that's going to net their department money. They don't actually care about protecting or caring about anybody. If it's not going to net them money, if they're not going to be able to get somebody for it, they're not going to. Bullshit. What? What do you mean your dad got pulled over because they thought you were a child? Is it illegal to have a child in your car at this point? Oh, wait, like a really young child? Like you're not... Oh, okay. I think I get it. That's insulting. Lame. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I gathered. Yeah, no, I got that. I was just like, how old are you? One time my mom got pulled over when I was younger because I had gotten a balloon in the back seat, and I accidentally hit it to the front seat where my mother was driving, and it floated in front of her, and I like lost the string, and I was like, there's a balloon. And my mom, we were fine. She was just in a residential neighborhood, so she pulled over and the balloon floated out of the window. And I was like, oh, okay, the balloon's gonna be free. And then this cop saw my mom like swerve over to the side of the road and then pulled her over. and was like, "Ma'am," and then they just see this balloon just rising up out of the car because I'm a neglectful child. I used to read in the car, like, as a passenger all the time. And I was reading, and my mom got T-boned in an intersection. And I actively did not even recognize that something monumental had happened for the first few seconds. I just remembered the car, like, shaking very violently, and I was like, well, that's unusual. And then my mother started screaming, and I looked up and I was like, oh, what's this now? I was like, something is clearly wrong. Are you okay? And then I saw that the front was, there was another car in our car, and I was like, well, that's not supposed to be there. That was the first wreck I ever remembered. I was reading a book in the back seat and not paying attention. Pretty sure I was like hip deep in Artemis Fowl at that point as a child. So I just looked up and I was like, well, that's not supposed to be here. Don't read a book in the car, kids. You lose track of reality very quickly. Artemis Fowl, yes, that was one of my favorite books as a kid. I still have my completely falling apart first copy. Like, the cover is like barely hanging on. I have a replacement copy but the original I still have, and I don't touch it because I'm afraid I'm gonna lose it. But yeah, Artemis Fowl is one of my favorite books as a kid. I never got really motion sick or car sick or anything like that. I just zone out. I forget we are in a vehicle. I forget we are moving. I start reading and I do not comprehend almost anything happening. It's very weird reading stuff on live and then periodically remembering that I am live in front of an audience. And then every once in a while I'm like, oh, there's people. Am I still good? My connection's still on? Okay, good, chill. Awesome. When I first started doing it, I used to be very conscious of the fact that you all are here and are watching me do stuff. And it would kind of make me nervous. And now I forget you all are there sometimes. And I'm like, I'm live. This is a live audience. Yeah, if I'm riding in a car and it's a long car ride, I'm reading a book. I have both headphones in, reading a book. Oh, that's sad. You can't read in the car anymore? Used to read all the way to Canada. I'll read all the way to Canada. Go real slow. Give me an extra time. I need to finish Lovecraft Country. Now it's different because most of the time I'm driving. I like to drive. Driving is relaxing for me. Yeah, it needs to take a little bit longer actually. Yeah, I like to drive. It's relaxing for me. I don't get sick if I don't. That's why normally, whenever we're going on, a car ride, Sarah will drive and I'll sit in the passenger seat because he gets car sick if he's not driving. I don't ever really get car sick. See, I think the reason I don't get car sick is because the only time I've ever really had anxiety is when I got old enough to realize how my mom drove. Because when I was a kid, it meant nothing. Because I hadn't really been in the car with a whole lot of other people. I only had a metric for how my mother drove. And my mother drives like a psychopath. She drives like she does not care if she arrives at her destination living or dead. And I did not know that. I thought everybody drove like a complete fucking psychopath. I just thought that's what driving was. So then as I got a little older and like I started learning how to drive and I started driving and my stepdad would drive, and then I was like, the first time I rode in the car with my stepdad, I was like 11, and I was like, why are we going so slow? I was like, this is fucking weird. I was like, let's get the let out. Let's go. What are you doing? And like, we're gonna be on this road all fucking day. And then I realized I'm pretty sure my mom's just psycho. And then I learned how to drive. And I learned a lot of what my mom was doing was not only just unsafe, but sometimes completely illegal. Like, my mom just did not give a fuck. And I was like, my mom is just out here wilding on these streets, like fucking Dukes of Hazzard level bullshit. I saw last time I was at my mother's, we were gonna go to the fucking Olive Garden or wherever the fuck she wanted to eat. And she like was trying to turn and then couldn't get over to the turning lane. So eventually when she just got on the like in the turning lane, it was for the turning lane onto the interstate. And instead of going onto the interstate, just made a U-turn into oncoming traffic from the interstate to turn around. And I was like, yeah, okay, this mom's a psycho. Like, if my mom cannot make it to her destination within 15 minutes, she considers it almost like a moral failing of some kind. Even if that destination is not within 15 minutes. So it's almost like, and I'm very, I hesitate to say like lackadaisical because I am a driver, but like, and I guess maybe being a driver is the cause of it, is just like, there's this mentality of just like, oh, well, if I'm not there on time, I'm not there on time, I guess. Gonna have to wait. Big tragedy. I'll take my time. Like, I'm the complete opposite of my mother when she's driving. So, like, my mom will fly like a bat out of hell regardless of the destination or time she needs to get there. Like, she could have, like, over an hour to get there. And she's like, if I don't get there in 15 minutes, fuck it. Like, and I will be like the opposite. I should have left 15 minutes ago. I'm now going to be 15 minutes late, and there's a train, and I'm like, okay, can't do anything but sit here at this train. We're good. Get there when I get there. If they're upset, they're not my people anyway. Like, I don't care. I'm never gonna care. So, maybe that's wise, because I've tried to adhere to deadlines before, and all that's gotten me is stressful. So I'm like, I don't care. Get there, it'll get there when it gets there, motherfucker. And you're gonna pay me either way. Like, so I'm the complete opposite. But my mom is an absolute scary fucking driver. At one point, I remember as a child, I was watching my mother eat a cheeseburger with one hand, and then take her hand completely off the wheel, looked down away from the road, and was like, I said I didn't want pickles, and start whole ass, like, picking pickles off a whole burger, like, not even looking at the road. And that was completely normal. And I was like, we're all gonna die. Like, but as a child, like, I remember, like, I was like, man, that was completely fine. And then later I'm looking back on it as an adult, and I was like, that woman was crazy. Yeah, like now as an adult looking back, I'm like, oh my God, that bitch just did not care. She wasn't looking at all. But as a child, I was just like, I'll take her pickles. Like, didn't fucking care. Ah. And my mom used to also do this thing where whenever Alanis Morissette came on the radio, because it was the 90s, um, she would just swerve around the road. Like to the beat. Like to the beat. Like Jagged Little Pill would come on, she'd be like, wah. Like, and that was just normal. I thought, like, it was like a fun game. It was not fun, nor was it a game. So, yeah, and then, like, no one else ever did that. And I was like, did your parents not swerve all over the road when their favorite song came on? And they were like, no. I was like, well, I don't know what to tell you. And I don't do that, but I have inherited the tendency to, whenever like my favorite song comes on, I will drive faster and not notice. And I don't even mean like a little bit faster. Like, as anybody's this is gonna be so dated. Anybody seen Streets of Fire? No one's seen Streets of Fire. What am I saying? Oh yeah, okay. Streets of Fire. Any song off that movie comes on, and which it does frequently because I have the songs on my phone. I'll just go like a casual 15 to 20 over the speed limit and not notice I'm doing it. And Denki was the one that pointed it out one day. We were like apparently just flying down the interstate to the Streets of Fire soundtrack, and Denki was like, we gotta change songs. And I was like, what? And he was like, I hate it when you get like this. You freak me out. Normally you're very chill and you're very safe, and I can't handle this. And I was like, handle what? It was like, anytime this song comes on, you start flying down the street like you think the car is going to take off into the sky like in Grease, and it's not helping. And I was like, I did not realize I was doing that. Yeah, so I will just go like a casual 15 to 20 minutes, 20 miles over the speed limit for no reason other than Streets of Fire came on, and I'm losing it. Hello. Hi. What are you doing in here? Are you here to crawl all over my keyboard? You can't do that. You can't do that. Yeah, no, you can't. Oh, no, well, don't do that either. Don't do that. Don't do that. Please don't. Please don't eat that. Please don't eat that. Pond's here. Pond is here to eat my chords. Step all over my keyboard. Yes, good girl. Oh, you want to get in the box? You can get in the box. You can get in the box. This box is from Rose. You can thank Rose for this box. You want to get in the box? I'll let you get in the box. I got to take all the cushion out of it. Here, in the box. I don't think you'll be able to fit, but you can get in it. Here, look. You can get in it. You can get in it now. Now, box. Whole box there for you. Like it? You just want to rub your face up against it? That's fine. Better that than my laptop. You're gonna mess up my book I got queued up. Yeah. Good pond. You can have this box, actually. Because I'm so generous, you can just keep it. I'll tell you what. Yeah? You like it? Pond says thank you for the box, Rose. Yeah, she's a really loud purr. Yeah, can you hear her purring really? That's great. Because she purrs really loudly. She really likes this box. She's having a great time. Thank you, Rose, for the box donation. I love you too. She's so nice. Isn't she sweet? Yeah, good kitty. Well, cat interruption. Hey, if this keeps her from chewing on all my wires, yeah. Yeah, well, don't paw, don't. I'm gonna take this off your big claw, okay? Because this is the mic cord. I don't want you to. Yeah, no. You can lay here though. You can lay here and rub your face on the box if you want. You can do that. Yeah, rub your face on the box. Good kitten. She's never been in here this long without causing some sort of havoc, some sort of technical problem. Like knocking over my mic stand. Knocking over the ring light or something. So this is kind of nice. Yay! I was in here queuing up the books earlier, and she popped up here and walked all over my keyboard. So I was like, you can't come in here and walk all over my keyboard. That's not how this works. Yeah, get a whole ass in the box. Get your whole ass in that box. You can do it. I believe in you. That's okay. You don't have to. You don't have to. You can just stick your first half in it. You can just stick your torso in there. Yeah. Alright, bye T Galaxy. Thank you for joining us. We technically still have the Ereshkigal Working to get through if you all want to. It's getting kind of late though, so I wasn't sure. House of Gears took a little bit more time than normal. And then we started bitching about cops. It's a whole big thing. I normally close my keyboard when I'm not using it, but I have the books queued up on here for this. And so she kept walking across my keyboard and like fucking everything up. And I was like, you can't be doing that. You're gonna have to leave. I can't let you in here if you do that. Yeah, lay down. Nice and calm. Stick your head in the box. She just sort of has laid down next to my leg so that half of her is pressed up against my leg and the other half is shoved with her face in this box and is actively rubbing her face on the box. Like where her whiskers at. She likes it when you kind of like brush her whiskers, so she shoves her whole face on stuff. So she's busy shoving her face on this box. She's really liking it. Thank you for my gift and Ponce. Really appreciate it. She's very happy. And so am I. Good kitten. She might stay in here the entire time. I don't know. Sometimes she dips, sometimes she stays. Gift squared. Yeah, gift for me and my cat. Don't even think about mailing me something that I can't also share with my cat. No. It's just boxes. She just like boxes. It's exactly how it goes. It's worked out fantastic. She gets a box. I get a mug. All is right with the world. Do we want to reach the... Do we want to... Still here without technical difficulties. And my cat is here. Normally, Pond's not here. She says hi. It's just the box. That would be the thing. Is the gift is the box. My cats love boxes. We try getting them nice things to have, And they do not care. They will maybe play with them for 2 seconds if they make noise, like crinkly noise or something. But then it's just boxes. They will lay in boxes all the time. And dumb shit like straw wrappers and aluminum foil. Will like bat it around on the floor. Stuff that's not their toys. Stuff that we get them better things to play with, but they don't give a shit. Okay, well that's funny. I've seen a cat fight a box before. And sometimes the cat wins, which I think is fascinating. You don't actually always know who's going to win, because my thought was always box. Like, the box is going to make it out. Not necessarily. See, with dogs versus water bottles, you know who's going to win. There's no mystery. There's no enjoyment in the process. It's just the dog's going to win. The dog's going to win. He might end up, if there's water in the bottle, really surprising himself, but he's going to win. Cats, there's a little bit of mystery in it. Different every time. No. Pawn likes to be lazy and lay on me and eat my hair and restyle my hair, and generally doesn't do a whole lot. Bella's the one who likes to attack your feet or your pants or your hoodie strings. Also curtains. Anything shiny. She likes to climb on the bird cage. It's not a great place for her to be. The rats will at least bite her through the cage. One time the birds did throw bird seed on her face. That was really funny. But most of the time... Do we want to save the Ereshkigal Working, or do we want to try and power through it? Does anybody know? How late can you stay here tonight? It's all a question of what you can take. Oh, well, then your voice is negated. It's a neutral stance. We don't accept neutrals here. I'm going to need a hard yes or a hard no. Why is there a question mark on that? Commit. I'm off the rest of the week. Good for you. That has no bearing on this question. Most of you are going to be awake. You got a blast. Well, then we better start quick if we're going to start. Yes. There we go. Yes. Commit. Hard answer. I like it. Horrible. Lego. All right, let's do it. Hold on. I'm going to close this door. Pond, are you staying here? Pond, are you going to enjoy the story with us, or are you going to want to leave right as I close the door? I gotta slow the door because I don't know what Sarah's doing. And if he's in the middle of... He got Elden Ring the other day. So... And it's going semi-well, but not well enough to where I feel confident that we won't hear him cursing through certain parts of it. So hold on, give me a second. Take this mic pad off. Do not touch that mic bag. You gonna freak out now that you're trapped in here? Are you cool with the door being closed? You chill? Gonna stay chill? Awesome. Sweet. Okay. Well, I got the Ereshkigal Working all queued up. So, let's hit it. Now this is his first meeting with Maleficaris Jr. Do not touch this keyboard. This was not the first time a corpse had abruptly sat up on the mortuary slab and turned to face Johannes Cabal with murder in its eyes. It was, however, the first time one had done so without waiting to be formally reanimated. They stared at one another for a moment before the corpse, apparently unaware of the faux pas, made a cry like somebody receiving terrible news and lunged at Cabal. Cabal, whose faults were mainly moral, grabbed the dead man by the scruff and threw it face first to the floor. While keeping it prone and thrashing with a foot to the back of its neck, he pulled a nearby wheeled trolley to him and reached into the brown leather Gladstone bag that lay upon it. The performance was observed in a baleful silence by a disheveled police constable who sat against the wall, gagged and bound. He watched as Cabal drew a handgun of egregious aspect from the Gladstone, placed the muzzle at the junction between the occipital lobe and atlas vertebra, and completed the ad hoc deanimation procedure with the introduction of a .577 bullet. The sound of the shot was deafening against the morgue's hard walls and floor, echoing harshly from the cold stone slabs. Cabal kept his foot in place and drew back the revolver's hammer in anticipation of further trouble. The corpse, however, showed no signs of attempting any further movement other than slumping. Cabal waited for a long moment in case it was either a cunning zombie ruse before gently thumbing the hammer back to rest. He glanced sideways as if sensing the policeman's accusing stare. "I don't know why you're looking at me like that," said Cabal, a faint German accent just discernible in his clipped and clearly enunciated speech. "This has nothing to do with me." Nor was he lying. Johannes Cabal had taken advantage of the town's annual carnival weekend to carry out a little specialist shopping. While the crowds gathered on the streets to see the parade go by, this year with the exciting new innovation of an enormous hydrogen balloons rendered in the form of newspaper cartoon mascots and advertising mascots, Cabal had quietly entered the municipal mortuary through a back window and sequestered himself in the morgue, wherein he had intended to remove some footling bits of offal necessary to his researches. This simple plan had almost foundered once already. No, not the keyboard. What did I just say? I trusted you. Do not. Lay down. You gotta lay down. Pawn, please. Pawn, please. Lay down. Lay down. No, you gotta lay down. No. That is the keyboard. That is a keyboard on my lap. You gotta not step on it. Don't step on any buttons. Here, give me this. Nope. Yes, get back in the box. So sorry. This simple plan had almost foundered once already. An alert police officer had seen Cabal slide down a back alley and had become suspicious. This was not a startling piece of detectively intuition. Cabal was a tall blond man of wan complexion, wearing a black suit and carrying a brown leather Gladstone bag. Though he was only in his late 20s, Cabal's demeanor was not one of fun and frivolity, even on such an occasion. He had barely looked at the parade as it passed, beyond a glance at the great flying cartoon characters, and even these had only caused his lip to curl. Then he had looked both ways, failing to spot the policeman who had taken station in a doorway, before all but tiptoeing down the alley to the rear of the mortuary. Thus, while not quite wearing a striped shirt, mask, and carrying a bag marked swag, Cabal had not been as surreptitious as he had hoped. The officer, a Constable Copeland, had investigated the alley and, finding a window jimmied open, had crept inside. Unhappily for him, his creeping was not so very surreptitious either, and he had been laid low by a scientifically applied crowbar. When he had recovered consciousness, it was to discover himself tied and gagged and witness to Cabal's attempted body part snatching, and the unexpected resurrection that thwarted it. Cabal was most put out. First, the policeman turning up had put him off his stride, and now a dead man coming at him really was beyond the pale. "This is not normal," he commented. Most people would doubtless have agreed, but most people were not necromancers for whom normal is a much broader category. A whispering groan from beneath a sheet on the furthermost slab drew his attention. He watched the form beneath it stirring into a semblance of life, even as the occupant of the next closest table also began to wheeze air into lungs unused for a day or two. Cabal considered quickly. He had 5 rounds remaining in his Webley, and a further 6 in his pocket, bundled together with an elastic band to prevent them from rattling. There were 4 occupied slabs in the morgue, all of whose occupants were showing uncalled-for signs of activity. He could probably stay and fight, but there was something untoward occurring here, and he might need the ammunition later. Discretion, as was usually the way, would stand in for valor. In 3 long strides, he was by the policeman, pulling him to his feet and pushing him through the swinging double doors. He let the bound man sprawl to the floor, taking the moment to draw a switchblade that snapped open with a perfunctory click. He quickly knelt by the policeman, who was regarding the sharp blade with some trepidation, and, fearing the worst, began to struggle. Cabal was having none of it, and slapped Constable Copeland. "Don't be a fool. If I wanted you dead, you would have never woken up." The blade went in and sliced, and the policeman suddenly found his hands free. Cabal stood up, and the ropes in his left hand, the blade in his right. He snapped the blade shut and dropped it back into his jacket pocket. Shadows fell across the frosted glass in the upper halves of the morgue doors as Cabal turned back to them. He jammed his foot against the base of the doors as he fed the rope through the handles and quickly knotted them tight. He stepped away as the doors were roughly shoved from the far side. Through the glass, 4 outlines crowded around the door, pushing. The policeman had drawn his own penknife and was just finishing sawing through the ropes bound around his ankles. His gag, his own handkerchief, hung around his neck. "What's happening?" he demanded hoarsely. "What have you done?" Cabal didn't turn, but continued to watch the activity of the shadows. "To answer your second question first, beyond saving your life, I have done nothing. To answer your first, I am not yet sure." The shoving had quieted down, and Cabal was just wondering if they had given up when all 4 shapes rammed the door simultaneously. The rope grew tight under the impact, but held. The shadows became blurs, then sharpened as they rammed the door together again. The rope, tied with a knot that would distress Houdini, held firm. "Ah," Cabal said. "Now that is interesting." "You," said the policeman, searching for a rock to base his sanity upon and settling upon duty, "are under arrest." Cabal sighed, pulling his revolver from his bag, and wiggled it in a more or less threatening way. "You are being a fool again, officer. I truly am not the least of your worries at present, but possibly your only chance for salvation. Listen." They listened, and beyond the rhythmic thump of undead bouncing off morgue doors could be heard distant screams. Cabal noted the policeman's expression of dawning realization with a thin smile. "We are not the only ones having trouble with the walking dead." From the topmost story of the mortuary, they were able to look out across the town square and the massacre that was occurring there. The carnival crowd had only recently become aware that there was something very horrible occurring within it. It had started when first a scattering of people across the town had collapsed, including many in the crowd. A doctor had struggled through to the nearest victim and done his best, but it was too late. Too late in all manner of ways, as it turned out, when the dead man's eyes had flickered open. The happy cries of his family sounded a lot less happy when he grabbed the doctor by the throat and throttled him in a few convulsive twists. Then the doctor had gotten up too, and the bystanders decided they were not in the safest place. But, hemmed in by the surrounding crowd, there was nowhere to run. "My God!" cried the policeman. "Oh? Where?" replied Cabal, looking about with an affected surprise. The policeman glared at him. "I have to help." For his part, Cabal now leaned on the chest-high windowsill with both arms flat, his chin resting on the uppermost, watching the chaos below with the detachment of an entomologist watching red ants fight black. The policeman waited a long moment for some sort of response before finally giving up and turning angrily on his heel. "This helping," said Cabal just loudly enough to be heard. He did not look away from the window. "This helping to which you refer? I assume you intend to help the living?" Cabal took the pause and footsteps to mean he had the policeman's attention. "It's just that your current course of action can only help the walking dead, and I see out there, by inevitably bolstering their numbers. Come here." With some reluctance, the footfalls grew closer until the policeman joined him at the window. Cabal lifted his head and made a small wave of his hand to take in the mulling mixture of violent dead and unhappy living. "Observe, constable. What do you see?" "Carnage," said the policeman hoarsely. His mouth was dry, and when he licked his lips, it didn't help at all. "Terror." Yes, said Cabal impatiently. "Very picturesque terms, but hardly scientific." The constable breathed in sharply. "Oh, dear God, there are children out there!" Cabal favored him with a disapproving glance. "Of course, there were children out there. There was a parade. Why wouldn't there—" "Oh," he nodded with realization. "You mean there are children being murdered?" "Yes, there are, but that isn't the interesting thing." "What kind of a man are you?" "The kind who sneaks into mortuaries with the intention of stealing parts of human brains and isn't especially put out by the appearance of the unquiet dead, beyond a sort of, oh, what a nuisance sort of reaction anyway." The two men glared at one another. "Those are all the hints you're getting," said Cabal. "I really can't see you making CID if you can't reach a conclusion based on them." The constable had, in fairness, already reached a conclusion, but that didn't mean he had to like it. "You're a necromancer," he said, quietly repulsed. "Yes, I am." Cabal was splendidly unconcerned with the constable's opinion one way or the other. "And we are a rare breed, which makes all this," he looked out the window again, "all the more interesting. I come here and the dead spontaneously rise. This really is not normal." "Isn't it?" There was a distinct sneer in the words and an irony that tottered into sarcasm. It could not have been calculated to irritate Cabal, a man notoriously prone to irritation, with more effectiveness. "No," he snapped, rounding on the constable. "No, it isn't, and I have some actual experience in these areas, rather than that righteous unctuousness in your tone that you fondly believe substitutes for knowledge. Look!" And so saying, he took hold of the constable's collar and pushed him to the window. "There!" Cabal pointed at one group of undead shambling across the road. "There!" He pointed out another group standing aimlessly in the churchyard on the southern side of the town square. "And there!" The mortuary was just off the square, but the town hall was still visible some 200 yards away. "Do you see?" The constable angrily shook Cabal's hand from his collar and glared out of the window. "Monsters," he said finally. "Your monsters are everywhere. He paused. "You see?" asked Cabal, deciding to ignore the "your monsters" calumny. "They're behaving differently," said the constable slowly, his eyes flickering from one group to the next. "Some are working together. Others just standing there." There was a scream outside. The constable blanched. "Unless somebody gets too close. Why aren't they all doing the same things?" Cabal didn't answer. Instead, he had opened his Gladstone and was sorting through its contents. A moment later, he straightened up, snapped a small telescope out to length, and peered out across the town square. The constable saw he wasn't going to be getting any immediate answers and ventured upon conjecture. "Are they like bees, workers, and drones, and..." A gestalt hive mind, offered Cabal, not lowering his telescope. Yes! No, not least because the drones sexually serve the queen, and the idea of those roles having any analogies in a horde of walking dead is simply too distasteful to contemplate. More pertinently, however, they are not exhibiting different behavior. Only one area of the growing horde is, and that area is not fixed. These are not human bees. These are puppets of flesh. Observe, and you will note that the walkers become more active, more directed, and an area some 30 feet across. This signifies the area of the puppet master's attention. The puppet master? Somebody's controlling them? Who? Yes, there is a puppet master. Yes, he is controlling them, and he handed the constable the telescope and pointed across the square. He's the fat bastard on the roof of that town hall. Fat was an overstatement, but the man visible on the town hall roof was certainly well built. The constable could see an ursine form capering back and forth along the parapet edge of the flat-roof building, gazing out across the chaos he had created, now and then with what appeared to be a pair of army surplus field glasses. Why has he done this? All this death, all these innocent people. Why? Cabal took the telescope back, closed it up with a smart snap, and put it back into his bag. At the risk of sounding conceited, I believe it's all about me. It really is too great a coincidence that this fellow decides to embark on such a cloddish piece of amateur necromancy at the very same time that I just happen to be skull delving in the local mortuary. He's trying to impress you? The idea horrified the constable. What sort of... No, said Cabal and made a sort of noise that may have been a laugh or it may have been a nervous tick. He's trying to kill me. Not the most efficient way of setting about it, but I can imagine how all this might appeal to a certain type of personality. Not a very clever one, though. Amateur? He managed to raise an army of the dead. Oh, that? Cabal sniffed dismissively, as if this unknown enemy had raised an army of chinchillas. Any fool can do that. In fact, only a fool would do that. That is a ritual known as the Ereshkigal Working, and no necromancer with an ounce of wit who isn't an avowed nihilist would want anything to do with it. Constable Copeland was not overly interested in what was a la mode this year in necromancy. He was watching the quick legging it from the undead. That's the last of the survivors out on the square. If they have any sense, they'll barricade themselves in their homes until the army gets here. Those things won't stand a chance then. He nodded with desperate assuredness at Cabal. We can just sit this out, can't we? Cabal shook his head. He left the window to perch on the side of the desk. He gestured for Copeland to sit by him, and this he did with a sense that Cabal had approximately a bath full of ice-cold water to throw on those hopes, as indeed he did. Constable, Cabal began, this is a reasonably sized town, yes, about 200,000 people? Copeland nodded, and Cabal continued. In a conurbation of this size, about 12 people die every day. Their bodies remain viable for the Ereshkigalian resurrection for about a month. Assume that half are cremated within the first week after death, and that half of the remainder can't get out of their graves. That's optimistic, by the way. The dead are very good at exhuming themselves. Copeland opened his mouth to ask how Cabal could know such a thing before realizing how foolish that would sound, so he closed it again. Therefore, continued Cabal, in addition to the scattering of deaths that the working caused, there are approximately another 155 corpses around the place that will also be up and about by now. Each will attempt to kill the living. Every time they succeed, the fresh corpse will be added to the sum of their army. If you have ever wondered what a geometrical progression looks like, you need only look out of that window. So to answer your question, no, we cannot just sit this out. There was a crash from downstairs that startled Copeland to his feet. They're out of the morgue. Right, said Cabal with an air of getting down to work. First things first, avoid being killed by undead. That's very important. Then deal with that idiot before he inadvertently wipes out the human race. Also, quite important. Wait, the constable took Cabal by the arm. I can't take this in. You really mean this? This could be doomsday? Cabal looked pointedly at the constable's hand until he removed it from Cabal's bicep. I mean what I say, constable. What the hoi polloi sensationally and inaccurately call the zombie apocalypse, professionals such as myself refer to more soberly as the Ereshkigal Working. Nomenclature aside, the results are much the same. Humanity goes down beneath the tide of its own angry carcasses. Below them, they could hear the sound of the building being thoroughly and violently searched by the mortuary corpses. Cabal said that these were the ones most concentrated upon by the Resurrector, and that he would certainly be watching through their eyes in the periods when he wasn't using his own through the field glasses. If they should see Cabal, the main force would be directed towards him instead of milling around the streets. Things would likely go badly for Cabal and the constable in such a case. Thus, instead of descending to street level just yet, they climbed to the roof. This is the plan, constable. We shall travel along this rooftop, drop to the next, go to the alleyway on its far side, descend via the fire escape. How do you know it's got a fire escape? Interrupted the constable. Because I made it my business to know. It usually pays to have at least 2 escape routes planned. A fast one and an evasive one. This is the evasive. Now, once we reach street level, we cut across the road behind the overturned wagon. The dead are staying this side of it so far, so we had better use it before they spread out. That's insane! Why break cover that long? If we go in the other direction, we only have to cross 2 small alleyways. Cabal drew a pair of dark sunglasses from his breast pocket and made a small show of polishing the blue lens. That route has been considered and rejected. He put on the glasses with an air of finality. Rejected? But why? The constable scoffed incredulously. Your route is madness. Mine is much safer. A couple of alleyways and cut through the churchyard and... He paused, a thought occurring. Do you have a problem with churches? Cabal's expression was unreadable behind the glasses. Without a word, he turned and trotted off in a crouch to avoid being seen from the town hall. On reaching the end of the roof, he unhesitatingly stepped off into space. A moment later, the constable heard the crunch of sensible shoes on gravel and bitumen, and knew Cabal was safely on the next rooftop. Cursing under his breath, Constable Copeland followed. With galling inevitability, Cabal turned out to be right about the fire escape, and the 2 men descended unseen to a narrow lane that opened out onto the main road. Cabal wasn't quite so accurate on the state of the road itself, however. A lone corpse had wandered past the overturned wagon and was standing aimlessly in the middle of the way, its back to them. Once upon a time, it had been a tobacconist, but now it was just a nuisance. What do we do? Can you shoot it? The constable was trying hard to think of the figure as an object and not Mr. Billings, from whom he had bought a packet of senior service that very morning before going on duty. He thought of the cigarettes sitting in his locker at the police station. They seemed like an artifact of a bygone civilization now. The apocalypse had come, and here he was. P.C. Copeland, a parochial plot of the local constabulary lurking down an alley in the company of a necromancer while avoiding the attentions of an undead tobacconist. They're dead, not deaf. Cabal took the switchblade from his pocket and snapped out the blade. He searched around in an eddy pool of litter by the base of the wall and found a bottle top. No, this calls for subtlety. Holding the knife so the blade was angled down, much like one might hold an ice pick, Cabal set off to demonstrate his personal definition of subtlety. Walking quietly but upright, trusting to the wagon to hide him from the main mass of walking dead, he approached the former Mr. Billings from the rear. On reaching him, Cabal paused and flipped the bottle top so it landed in front of Mr. Billings with a distinct musical ting. all glittery and eye-catching in the midday sunshine. Mr. Billings, who found the smallest things of infinite wonder ever since Mrs. Billings, about 15 minutes earlier, had torn out his throat with her teeth, looked down at it, and in so doing, obligingly exposed the nape of his neck. Without the slightest hesitation, Cabal drove the knife in with an expertise that should worry any casual observer. Just as in the morgue, the spinal cord was transected between the occipital and the atlas, the strings were cut, and Mr. Billings' body fell forward heavily to lie in the middle of the high street on Carnival Day. Cabal leaned down, and Copeland momentarily thought he was going to check that the job had been done properly, but Cabal only wiped the blade on the back of Mr. Billings' coat before snapping it shut and dropping it back into his pocket. "Come on," said Cabal, "and bring my bag." They made their way down the alleyway, across the high street, and continued some little way down there until Cabal paused at the back door of a shop and forced his way in. It was a hardware store, which he seemed to expect, making Constable Copeland realize just how meticulous his unusual companion's reconnaissance had been. Cabal paused to steal a coil of half-inch rope, and Copeland didn't even bother to tut disapprovingly. Things had moved beyond worrying about petty larceny. They reached the top floor, where Cabal opened a locked skylight with the crowbar from his bag, and then they were on the rooftops again. They moved along a little way, and then, from the shadow of a chimney stack, they observed the man on the town hall roof once again. He was still about 100 feet away, but they could see him far more clearly now. This was not necessarily a bonus. The man wore a suit cut from the sort of tweed that weavers devise for a bet, brown lines against a yellow field, making the wearer look like an ordnance survey map of custard. He was a big bear of a man with a fine Jovian beard and a collar-length mane of thick red hair, and a shade too ruddy for any to call ginger and live. "Are you that good a shot?" whispered Copeland. "I'm not going to shoot him," replied Cabal. "Worst thing I could possibly do, despite the brutal, painful, and lingering death that this idiot so richly deserves. I have to keep him alive for the moment." "I don't understand." "Since they don't teach necromantic theory at the police college, I'm hardly surprised. Very well, a crash course. You will notice that the undead's behavior falls into 3 categories. There are the very focused examples in the morgue. These are the only ones that saw me, and so their master is keeping much of his attention on them, for the moment at least. Then there are the ones who are moving around as a flock. These are his secondaries, and his attention upon them is vague. He has moved them up towards the mortuary in reserve, should he still find me there. Finally, we have the vast majority, who stand around like that example in the road. They are at the edge of his awareness. He is overwhelmed by complexity here. He has far, far more subjects than he can effectively control, so most are forgotten and are being fed no commands by the psychic links he has with the whole ugly crowd of them. How are they dangerous, then? Because the force that animates them is atavistic and feral. Whenever an opportunity to kill is presented to them, they slip the vague control of this nominal puppet master until the killing has been done. The force is greedy. It craves more bodies to occupy. Cabal turned his telescope upon the man on the roof once more. He is the means by which this animating force came into our world, and he holds its leash. That leash can never be more than a range of 23 tirum, an obsolete unit of measurement once used by the culture that created the Ereshkigal Working. 23 equates to just under 3 miles, 12 yards, 7.16 inches under to be exact. But what he is doing is mentally exhausting. Sooner or later, he will have to sleep. That is when they will kill him. The leash will evaporate, and the animating force will have free rein to extend its activities as far as it likes. Did I mention how greedy it is for more bodies? I believe I did. All the talk of an apocalypse had seemed like so much hyperbole up until now, but now Constable Copeland could see the awful mechanism at play. Won't he stop if he gets you? Won't he send his force back where it came from? Cabal had been wondering how long it would be before a cloaked version of What Happens If I Throw You to the Zombies was aired, and he was ready for it. The ritual is irreversible. He either doesn't realize that yet, or he just assumed he'd have a use for an army of the dead afterwards. As I said, the man's an idiot. Copeland considered Cabal's words. So you're saying we only have a few hours before all this becomes unstoppable? Exactly so. Cabal was looking around the square through his telescope. He considered the remains of the parade in front of the town hall. He considered the hydrogen-filled cartoon characters looking cheerfully down upon the scene of carnage. He considered the undead turning away from the mortuary as presumably the search there was abandoned. He considered the church across the way. That church has a weather vane, so at least the wretched building is good for something. It has a clock, too, Copeland reported without thinking, a feeling of guilty apostasy immediately settling upon him. Cabal did not reply, but was looking at the bridge over the local river, just visible where the road in front of the town hall curved. This town has a small harbor, does it not? We're at the neck of the estuary here. The sea's less than a mile away. Why? He said, then added a little bitterly. Are you going to steal a boat? Cabal lowered the telescope and looked at him. It was an unreadable look, and Copeland had a strange sense that behind the blue glass spectacles and behind the eyes themselves there was something disarranged, something missing. Perhaps I have not made my intentions clear, Constable. There is a brief period before this plague will spread, and the world as we know it is lost forever. I need that world, and I will not stand idly by or run while there is the slightest chance of preserving it. Copeland grimaced. How do you make something heroic sound so selfish? You cut me to the quick, Cabal replied evenly. Then he said, You're a policeman. I assume that means you carry useful pieces of equipment, as well as that comedic helmet we left in the morgue. A truncheon, handcuffs, notebook, that sort of thing. Copeland narrowed his eyes. He liked his helmet, but nodded. Excellent. Well, if it is so necessary for heroism to save the day, and given that I am such a selfish person, then, by process of deduction... And Johannes Cabal smiled. Being a mighty sorcerer was turning out to be a great deal easier than he had imagined. The hardest part of the whole plan had been tracking Cabal to this town, but after that had been plain sailing. Admittedly, he had only intended the dead in the morgue to rise, and the resurrections in the carnival crowd had been a surprise. It seemed that the Ereshkigal Working was more of a blunderbuss than he'd anticipated. But he had shrugged, taken it in his stride, and it all seemed to be going very well now. By allowing his consciousness to blur, he had put out a ring of drones to keep the area contained, and he was positive that it had not been breached. Now he just had to search every building within the cordon, and soon he would have his revenge. He hoped it was soon. All the extra work involved in controlling so many carcasses was astonishingly tiring. It turned out to be even sooner than he'd expected. As he leaned on the town hall parapet and marshaled his forces to tear through shop after office, a voice spoke behind him, quiet and with a faint Teutonic accent. So, it said, you were the one behind this ham-fisted attempt on my life, are you? He turned to see Cabal himself, the loathed object of his every waking thought for years past, standing before him, arrogant and unconcerned. Johannes Cabal, you should be dead by now, and one of my meat puppets. He laughed, a very declamatory laugh of the kind normally associated with cloaks, thin mustaches, and a battered top hat. Well, I'm glad that you have survived this long. I wouldn't want to miss the pleasure of your final destruction. I haven't come to confront you, whoever you are. I've just come to parley, see? Cabal took his switchblade from his pocket, showed it, and dropped it to the graveled surface of the roof. You don't know who I am? The man's face twisted in an ugly admixture of fury and sneer. I have hunted you for years, Cabal, and you didn't even know it, you fool! Ideally, there would have been a crack of thunder at this point. Fool is a strong term to be used by somebody who does such a thing to kill a man, said Cabal, nodding at the crowded corpses below them. You don't deserve a clean, quick death, Cabal, not after what you've done. The man threw out his chest and drew himself up to his admittedly impressive full height. You murdered my father! Did I? Cabal was glad that they had arrived at some sort of conclusion, although it didn't actually help him that much. Oh. Despite his profession and his laissez-faire attitude to the mortality of others, Cabal had not actually had cause to kill very many people who hadn't previously been dead anyway, and he doubted whether putting down an uppity revenant such as the very, very distinct Mr. Billings, to take a recent example, was technically murder at all. Then again, people often developed emotional attachments to sides of meat that had once been relatives, so who was to say that some experimental subject or another had not once been this buffoon's father? Well, Cabal continued, obviously I'm very sorry about killing your father, whoever he was, but don't you, whoever you are, think causing the destruction of the human race for purposes of personal revenge is at least mildly disproportionate? Whoever I am, roared the man, the perceived insult rating far more highly in his world than accidental genocide. I am your nemesis, Johannes Cabal. I am the architect of your destruction. I am Rufus Maleficaris. Who? You dare? You killed my father. Cabal rolled his eyes. So you keep saying, Mr. And then the penny dropped. Maleficaris. As in Maleficaris the Magnificent? The Conjurer? He laughed. This was simply too ludicrous. You have the wrong man, sir. I didn't kill your father. He killed himself, twice in fact, which shows a certain stoicism. Maximilian Maleficaris, the Magnificent, had been a stage illusionist, with delusions of magical competence beyond the vanishing of rabbits and the sawing in half of obliging young ladies. After an encounter in his early career with the lively, if technically dead, Maleficaris Sr., Cabal had walked away with a broken scapula, and Maleficaris had not walked away at all. Given that the elder Maleficaris spent a considerable time dead before resurrecting himself, it seemed unlikely that his son could have known him as more than a blurry figure from childhood. But in much the same way that feuds and vendettas can run for generations without troubling themselves to find a decent casus belli, it seemed to the outraged family pride of Maleficaris Jr., a planet full of undead was a small price to pay for hurt feelings. Or was it? Maleficaris's heavy brow folded with suspicion. What did you mean just then? The destruction of the human race? The Ereshkigal Working? You must remember it. That thing you did with the chalk circle and the incense? Well, all these people walking around, the two things are actually related. Did you know that? Don't talk to me like I'm an idiot, Cabal. You are an idiot, Maleficaris. Have you the vaguest idea why the working has not been used in over 4 millennia? See, over there, on the far side of the square, see what your stupidity has created? Maleficaris looked and saw nothing. Cabal was furious. It is right there. Use your binoculars if you have to, but look. Maleficaris raised the binoculars to his eyes, and so he did not see Cabal's high passion fade instantly away to be put into his inner jumble room of false emotions until it was next needed. I don't see anything unusual, muttered Maleficaris, already grown blasé to zombies. What am I looking at? For a reply, something narrow and metallic suddenly encircled his wrist. He tried to jerk his arm away, but nearly quickly enough to stop Cabal from closing the ratchet on the handcuff. "What? What is this? What are you doing?" "Saving the world. I can't take all the credit, mind you, just most. Of course, a lot still depends on how capable the local police are." As he spoke, Cabal was backing away to the parapet over the town hall's rear courtyard. As he reached the edge, Cabal turned and looked down. "I hope you're ready, Constable," he shouted, "or we're all going to die." Maleficaris looked at Cabal in bewilderment and then looked at his handcuffed wrist. The other cuff was already locked shut, and unexpectedly there was the end of a piece of rope tied tightly to it. He followed the rope with his gaze across the rooftop and over the parapet where Cabal was standing. He looked up and saw one of the great hydrogen-filled carnival balloons floating there, apparently anchored to its wagon in the courtyard. Then Maleficaris understood, and the color drained from his face. "Oh, no! No, Cabal!" Cabal looked back at him with an expression of rapacious anticipation. He did not have to wait long. Down in the courtyard, Constable Copeland took a moment away from kicking zombies off the wagon and said a silent prayer to the effect that his knots were at least as good as Cabal's, and severed the balloon's tether with a pair of bolt cutters. Then, hefting the cutters, he turned back to the encroaching horde and smashed the undead husk of his chief inspector over the head with them. Even if he were to die now, he thought, at least he'd got one last life's ambition out of the way. The balloon rose quickly, far too quickly to give Maleficaris any time to do more than ineffectually scrabble at the knotted end of the rope before the slack went and he was jerked off his feet and into the air. He swiveled and gibbered and screamed for help as he rose higher. The captive of a gigantic cartoon cat begged Cabal to save him, even as the prevailing wind caught the balloon and sent it to the direction of the sea. But Cabal just stood with his hands in his pockets and watched him go, muttering under his breath, "Goodbye, Rufus. I would be obliged if you could avoid dying until you were at least 3 miles away from land." Then the sight of an idiot flying into the distance ceased to amuse him. He turned to the crowd of walking dead and waited. Presently they started to drop to the ground at the far end of the square, and smoothly collapsed in a wave that swept towards him, past him, and behind him, as their creator moved out of range and off toward a clear horizon. It no longer mattered what happened to Maleficaris. As the final zombie toppled, the Ereshkigal Working lost its last subject, and quietly came to an end. It seemed very quiet all of a sudden. Cabal looked down upon the hundreds of corpses that lay scattered across the town square, and he shook his head sadly. It was such an awful waste, all that fresh material, just lying there, and he didn't have time to take advantage of any of it. It was heartbreaking. He walked across the flat roof to look down at P.C. Copeland, standing exhausted with a ring of bludgeoned bodies. Sensing himself watched, he raised his head to look at Cabal, shading his eyes against the sun. "Still in the land of the living, eh, Constable?" called Cabal. Copeland raised his bloody bolt cutters and pointed them at Cabal. "You," he managed to gasp out from between ragged breaths, "are bleeding nicked." "Alas," said Cabal, "there are the practicalities to observe. Not only are your handcuffs currently floating away from here with a comical character attached to either end, but you are down there, and I am up here, and by the time you get up here, I guarantee I shall have found an alternative route to down there, and will be fleeing the scene with practiced rapidity. Feel free to attempt an arrest by all means, but please, don't be disappointed when you fail." But, despite the warning, Copeland still was disappointed. And that's the Ereshkigal Working. That one was shorter. That's why I paired it with House of Gears, because it's shorter than the other two. Well, the shortest, I guess, would be Ouroboros, but Long Spoon is the longest, I think. So I wanted to pair it with the shortest to give, like, extra time. Yeah, and that was what happened with Maleficaris Jr. That's why he wants to kill him in the first book. Because they already tried to kill him. And because he killed his father. He didn't kill his father. To be real, if you go listen to Eggs and Demon King, it's on the YouTube. It's not. He didn't. Malefic Harris kind of did do that to himself. I'm not one to, like, nitpick, but, like, if you're gonna come at somebody for killing somebody, make sure they did the job first, you know? I don't know. Seems irresponsible. Like, you're just trying to find somebody to blame. And if something's kind of an accident, or they kind of did it themselves, and you're just like, you know, it just feels like you're just trying to, like, either separate yourself from the situation because of grief, or you're trying to assign blame so you don't have to assume any. Really what it comes down to. Oh, thank you for the rose, Jen. But yeah, that one was one of my favorites, the Ereshkigal Working, because it's just fun and funny and kind of stupid. And I always picture the cat balloon as Garfield. Yeah, you need proof before you plan vengeance. Don't go into vengeance just half-cocked. Don't do it. Just don't do it. Go fully cocked. Do it that way you will. I'm not in charge. I'm not your dad. You pictured it as Felix? I always picture it as Garfield. I don't know why. Oh, thank you for the cream. Butterfly. Oh, I thought it was a cream. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you guys for sticking with me through that. We went off on a tangent for a little bit, so we kind of fell a little bit behind. Pawn bailed halfway through. She left her box. I was trying to redo her earlier and she also bailed. She can sit still for that long, I guess. Which is strange. I think she was mad because I pushed her off my keyboard when we first started. She tried to get on the keyboard again, and I was like, no, stop that. Get in your box. Get in your box. You like the box. Get in the box. I'll pet you if you get in the box. And then she just left. Probably because I wouldn't let her cause havoc. Tom from Tom and Jerry. Yeah. And I like that it doesn't specify, because then technically... Man. We had a whole time today, didn't we? Oh, my shoulder. Oh, I want to stretch, but it hurts. It's probably normal. Just to be obscure about it for no other reason than pretentiousness. Also possible. Yeah, so next week we're going to start my favorite one. We're going to start my favorite book. The Fear Institute. We've reached it. It's happening. There is technically a short story. I think it's the interlude to Fear Institute. I'll have to check. But there's one, it's literally like a page. It's not like a short story, honestly. It's more like an introduction to Fear Institute. And it's called The Death of Me. Which I do have. And I'm pretty sure it's just the lead up to Fear Institute. So I might read that in inclusion with the first two chapters of Fear Institute. Fear Institute is my favorite, and I'm working on content for that right now, actually. So that'll be fun. So, I can't. I am working on cosplaying another character from Johannes, other than Johannes. But you won't know who it is yet. Well, there are a couple characters that I'm going to do from Johannes. Contemplating getting +4s and doing Maleficaris. No, I'm not. That was never part of the plan. I'm not doing that. But I am cosplaying another character that you haven't met yet. And he's in Fear Institute. Also, if you haven't read any Lovecraft, which I understand if you don't want to, he is a racist, but if you want to read something that doesn't really have any racial overtones in it, but it is a good story, it is a good horror story, and it does have a slight rendition in Fear Institute, like a slight, nod to a Lovecraft story, it's called Pickman's Model. I might read it as a bonus for voice chat if you're in the redacted area for you all. If you all can like it. It's pretty much just two friends shit talking another artist friend they have. And he was like, "Why aren't you friends with Pickman anymore?" And he's like, "Oh man, fuck that guy. That guy's a total freak." And he's like, "You want to know what happened the last time I saw Pickman?" And they just are shitting on their friend who's an artist. Who is an artist who goes kind of like insane is the kind of implication here. But at the beginning of Fear Institute, it does have a slight kind of like, "Here's your trope, sir," which I like. There's a lot of nods to Lovecraft in this book. So if you're interested, you can look up Pickman's Model. I'm sure you can find like a copy someplace for relatively cheap. I have like a whole compilation of Lovecraft shit. So that's only if you're interested. You don't have to look that up. That's not homework. Don't take that with you. I'm really excited about the next one though, because it's going to have a lot of weird content. This is the one, like each book sort of has its own genre, in addition to being sort of about the same thing, it's about the same characters, and they do have a very similar writing style. I like it so much because the vibe is so much different in each novel. Like, you can read them all and kind of differentiate the genres. Number 1 is the Faust trope. Number 2 is the detective mystery series. And the third is high fantasy. So, in addition to horror, my favorite genre is high fantasy. So the third one is my favorite, and it's very close to my heart. And you'll see why it's so weirdly fantastical while also being completely nonsensical. And you're like, crabs, guys. But also it has the addition of another character, several other characters really, but one very major character that will make an appearance in the 4th and 5th books, which I like. Also, I also chose to read the Ereshkigal Working. Because in every sense of the word, Maleficaris isn't done. He's not done. So if you thought it was just like oh yeah, we're gonna come back. He comes back, guys. This is Johannes. Nobody stays dead for that long. Everything's coming back. Except for Johannes' wife. That was a burn. Okay. I have If fantasy is your language, you're gonna love Fear Institute. Yeah, anybody who's crazy, they're coming right back up, bro. It's like the earth is just absolutely, it's exhuming them for itself, really. For its own sake. The earth was like, we can't have this. This is not good for my digestion. We're going to have to get it back up. And they just come back to life. So, we're going to have fun. Everybody's having fun. The main thing I'm worried is that last time I said a bunch of Eldritch Gods names in my live, it crashed. And there is literally I can't avoid saying it. It's in like every chapter of the book. I can't not say it. So like, I'm going to have to say it repeatedly. We're going to be lucky if we make it through this one. But we're going to try. Because we're human. And that's just what we do. I'm almost out of coffee. But it should be fun. Fear Institute's my favorite, and I hope you all like it as much as I do. And I hope you enjoyed the short stories. We still have 2 left. We have Ouroboros and Long Spoon. Ouroboros isn't that long. It's less than 10 pages, I think. Long Spoon is slightly longer. It is almost like it's standalone novella type level. So a little bit longer. I did. I would know. No, I will not be taking questions. Maybe make a nickname for it. I don't know if I could. I don't think nicknaming, if saying it is bad enough, I don't think nicknaming it is going to do it any better. It's probably just going to offend him. And we really don't want to offend him. I think that would be the only thing worse than saying it, is giving him a nickname. Don't just walk up to Cthulhu and be like, see, my man. Like, he's just gonna eat you. You don't do that. No, we're not doing that. That seems ignorant in the extreme, so I will not be doing that. This is going to be fun. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the finger hearts. But we're going to have fun with this next one. And, yeah, you realize when we finish the third one, we will have finished the majority of a book series. Like, we will have made it halfway through. Like, over halfway through. We will have read 3 whole books. We've already read 2 whole books. I didn't think this was going to work out. I thought this was going to be, like, too technical. It would, because anything that I would entail, like, having an amount of individuals, even if it was just one individual, return weekly at the same time every week to read a book, just seemed very, like, early 90s television to me. Like, oh, we gotta get back by 9:30. I gotta watch The Voice. Like, nobody does that. You're streaming that shit, or you've gotta record it, or, you know, everything is so on demand now. There's no, like, I gotta get home by 7 so I can make whatever. That doesn't happen. So, like, who am I to think that that's going to work with reading a book? Like, I never once for an instant thought, people are going to want to show up at the same time every single week to hear me read them a story. Like, This isn't even television. This isn't even the most popular medium of anything anymore. This is just... It's almost a low-grade radio show. We're one step above a podcast, and that's only because this is a live stream. It's afternoon for me, and I'm tired, and I haven't slept for 3 days. Get some sleep, if you can. Reading Rainbow. Okay. Yay, I'm glad book club really kind of fucking took off, because I fucking love reading, and I'm more than half of what I do is just reading. And I never thought a bunch of people would want to do that. I didn't think anybody did that anymore. I was like, nobody has a book club anymore. Nobody wants to read the same book together and then talk about it. It's not something that happens. People don't be doing that. Definitely not the cosplay community. The cosplay community? What? Okay. Hi, Pond. Welcome back. So glad you're here again. Did you get tired of my voice, Pond? What are you doing? Don't eat that. Come here. Here. Okay. I'm sorry. Do you need me to make a pathway for you? Now all of a sudden you can't seem to... Come on. Come on. Come on. That is a path. You can get over here with that. Okay. Yeah. Pond came back. Pond came back to the... No. That's the ring light. That's the ring light. Don't touch that. Don't rub your face on that. Rub your face anywhere else. Don't rub your face on the ring light. You're going to knock it over. Oh, no, that's a keyboard. Here, I'll move your box for you. You see the box? It's over here. It's over here. It's over here. Don't walk on the keyboard. I'm going to shut this. Yeah, good Pond. Whoop. You're okay. You want to lay down? Okay, hold on. Oh, jeez. You just sort of flop down and... You want to lay down on my laptop? Pond, everyone. Pond is like 10 years old. Pond's old. Pond's old. She deserves her rest and relaxation. She wants to lay in a box. She gets to lay in a box. She's earned it. She's done her time. 10 years of it. In Sarah's old apartment. So. Oop. Yeah, blanket. Yeah, I moved the blanket. There's a whole bunch of blanket over there. Oh. Yep. Box is right here if you want it. Good Pond. Are you trying to tell me that this is... Is this your way of telling me we're late for hangout time, so you're going to come and kick me off my live like you did last week? Aw, Smokey Joe. Oh, the big 1-0. Tell Smokey Joe in advance. Okay. She knocked the box into the ring light. At least it didn't fall down. You knocked the box off the couch. I had it up here for you. Not so you could headbutt it off the couch. Aww. Yes, do that. I want to see everyone's cats. I like it when people post pictures of their cats. Always enjoy all the cat pictures. A lot of the time when I'm in a bad mood, I'll just go through into the redacted and go through all the pictures of everybody's cats. In addition to the many people who send me cat TikToks. Which, thanks Dad, looking out. Among other people, but I got one from Dad the other day that was gold. It was a cat on a motorcycle. Anyway, it's fine. If you take a cat and you give a cat a helmet, I'm just done in ranks. It's so cute. Why is it so cute? They don't want to wear that. Yes. So I'm invited to whatever the fuck families do. And come over and pet your cats. I won't bother you or your family or anything. I probably won't even talk. You just put me in the room with the cats. It'll be fine. You know I always love Joy. Yeah. Pond's doing questionable activities in the corner. What? Oh, I'm gonna have to scroll back to your cat videos. If you have a cat video, I'm watching it. I gotta find cats. Half my For You page is just cats doing weird shit. Oh, little kittens. Oh, pictures of little kittens. Everybody sent me pictures of your kittens. Beemo? You named him Beemo? Okay. That's adorable. I gotta go look up all your cat videos. If you have cat videos, ooh. Sometimes I also go through, because people will tag me in their TikTok videos of cats. So sometimes I go through those. I'll go through, like, it's no joke. I have like 50 notifications on my TikTok, like right now, that are all just cat videos I have to catch up on. Which is nuts when you think about it, of how the amount of people I have send me cat videos every single day, and I'm still like, more cats, please, thank you. I'm really glad you couldn't see my laptop next to my desktop background. It's a cat. It's just a Galaxy cat. But yeah, in order of operation, it's pretty much coffee, cats, corpses, reading, and then anime. This is my order of operations. It's my list of importance. That list is also in chronological order, so they're all Galaxy cat. Yeah, it's just a little purple cat with like little stars. It's a whole thing. Galaxy cat. I'll have to show you my background at some point. Not today. I already closed the laptop because Pawn's gonna walk on my keyboard if I don't. God, I need a mug that says that. That's what I really need. Oh, Luna. Oh. We have like 10 pets in this house, but if we didn't, I would get another cat. If I was allowed to get another cat, I would have so many cats. I think that's the one reason I don't live alone, is because if I lived alone, I would just have so many cats. When I get a funeral home, I'm going to get an emotional support cat, and I'm going to make... I don't know if that's a good idea or not, but I'm going to have an emotional support cat. That emotional support cat is going to be there. You know how, like, people have just, like, a bodega cat? I'm going to have a funeral home cat. Watch me. Nobody can stop me if I own it. Oh, shit. Sorry, I was trying to move all the packing material from that mug is on the ground because I cleared out the box for Pond, so. Do not advertise that. Sarah and Dinky will not let me have more cats. We don't have room for more cats. We don't have room. This whole house is packed with cats. There might be more than one. I don't know. It depends on how big the facility is. Look, don't. And some people might be allergic. I can't. Look, we'll work out the specifics later. Crimson, don't come at me like that. You know what? If there's more than one, there's more than one. Yeah. But I think it should be an option for people if they want an emotional support cat. And if they don't, I'll take it. I need an emotional support cat. Me. I am the anxious undertaker. I need that emotional support cat. Steve. Lame. I reacted so violently to that. I apologize. Pond, what are you doing? Don't eat that. It's like trying to eat my bag. Quit eating my bag. Bimo. I love that your cat's named Bimo. What do you... Please don't. Please. You can play with that. I don't care about that. You can play with that all day long. Yeah, for sure. I do actually have to go. I have like one... What was the little... Oh, kitty. My first cat was named Milo, and she was black and white. And my mother got rid of her when my stepdad said he was allergic. So then we got rid of my cat, and then he got a cat, and he named it Mrs. Norris. But I had to get rid of my cat because he was allergic. Yeah. And then when Mrs. Norris died, and I wanted to get another cat, I got another cat. I named her Elizabeth. And then he said I had to get rid of that one because he was allergic. And then he got another cat. And he tried to keep it locked in the basement, but it didn't know us very well. And no one ever went down in the basement but me. So it whined all the time. And then my stepdad killed it. Yeah, because I have not often had the opportunity to rant about this, but all of my childhood cats were like ruthlessly ripped from me. He's adorable. Tiggy. Ancient cats are like... I'm one of the people that's like... I think all cats are adorable. All of them. All of them. I'm not like just the kitten person. Or like, you know. And I think old cats have like this like... They just give off a whole weird vibe of knowing more than you. Which I love and appreciate. And I do not know why. I'm just like, you could... You know what? If you were capable of human speech, you could rule this entire world. And that cat's like, yeah, I know. And I'm like, I fucking love you. I love every old cat too. I think they're fucking awesome. I fucking love all the cats. Puddin'. Oh, that's old for a kitty. 19 years though. Lived a good long life. Also, if any of you all ever have funerals for your cats, please let me know. Because I have funerals for my animals, but I don't know if that's just a me thing. I bury roadkill. I just think it's sad things have to die alone. So I'll go put it up and put it in the trunk of my car, and I have an animal cemetery, and I know someone's going to make an animal cemetery Stephen King joke or whatever the fuck you all think point you're making. The point is, I want to give them a good place to rest, and I do that, and I do it respectfully, and I like to. I have a little service. It's whatever. So let me know if you have a funeral. I have a lovely rat funeral I did a while back. Never mind. It doesn't matter. Thank you. Everybody send me your animal. If you have any animal funeral rites that you would like to pass on to me, and you are in the redacted, and you would like to do so, I would love to hear about it. If you have any grieving rituals for pets or otherwise that you would also like to share with me, please share it. I have an unhealthy obsession with death. No, I don't. I have an appropriate obsession with death. I think we should all be more connected with our own mortality, and I'm sick of pretending like we... We're good. I'm done. I'm removing myself from the equation. I'm gonna go. I'm running out of coffee and patience, and I'm about to go off about the funeral services. Good on you, Swiftblood. Okay, sorry. I get really heated about death, and I'm very sorry about that. Thank you for bearing with me. Thank you for listening to me rant about things. I'm very sorry you didn't get a Denki rant. It's way more entertaining than mine. I just get upset about injustice and entitlement. And that's it. Nah. I am glad that you stuck here with this, even though I didn't dress up for you. Even though we had some technical difficulties near the middle. It was pond. I appreciate you all showing up here week after week to hear me read you a story. I love doing it. If you want to come and do it again, we do this every Tuesday at 8. If you're new, I doubt you're new, it is midnight. So if you're here, you're probably always here. But if any of you new people are in here and you don't know what's going on, you could always go to the YouTube in my bio and figure it out. You figure it out. I'm not explaining it anymore. I get tired. And I'm tired. And I'm gonna go maybe have some death practice in the next room. That's all unconsciousness is, really. It's just death practice. I'm gonna go practice for my big day. That's my funeral. I'm gonna go practice for my funeral. And we're all gonna have a great time next week at 8 when I am hopefully not myself. I'm joking. I'm a little bit of me every week. I just tone it down. Not as outraged for no reason. So we're going to see what next week looks like. Send me all your cat photos. Send me all your funeral rites for your pets. And I will see you next week at 8.